Budget and Finance Committee, we have a special meeting on roads, subject on Friday.
Announcements: 2, recognize guest and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the journal. None. 5, receive reports. A, overview of pending legislations and purpose of the joint meeting presented by the Reservation Chairman, Budget and Finance Committee. There's exhibits. Exhibit 1 is, or Exhibit A is legislation number 0221-11. Exhibit B, legislation number 0222-11. Going to the second page. 3, Exhibit C is legislation number 0417-11. 4, Exhibit B is legislation number 0426-11. 5, Exhibit B, legislation number 0431-11. D, overview of the status of chapter audits in compliance with chapter audit corrective action plans, audit sanctions, and policies presented by Elizabeth Begay, Auditor General, Office of the Auditor General. Z, overview of the status of 110 chapter funds, FY 2012 carryover, chapter bank accounts, policies presented by Arvin Mitchell, Director, Division of Community Development, and Mark Grant, Controller, Office of the Controller. D, overview of committees' authorities over chapter funds, policies presented by Mariana Kahn, Attorney, Office of the Legislative Council, and Attorney from the Department of Justice. E, overview of the chapter complaints and cases filed regarding misconduct, chapter funds, embezzlement, restitution, ethics policies presented by Lawrence John, Executive Director, Office of Ethics and Rules. This is all business done. Going to the third page. 7, new business. A, plan of action, assignments, time frames, scheduling next meeting, and then 8 is closing the session of announcements adjourned. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Peggy. With that, again, when we get a form of resources, we'll adopt the agenda officially. One more. B, next year, but resources. Form of resources. So today's work session is a result of the Budget and Finance Committee's concerns about the number of chapters that are sanctioned and possibly going to be sanctioned. still sanctioned for a number of years. The concern is that when this does happen, it impacts the chapter by virtue of the fact that funds are withheld 10% from the chapter, which does penalize the chapter, even though they may have had no part in it as a result of a chapter becoming sanctioned or very little. The other concern is that you have department managers who oversaw, in this case, the CIO office, and moved on. They're still under sanction. 10% of their salaries are still being withheld. If they move on to other programs, it's a concern. Division directors are not sanctioned, just the department manager. You have pending legislation that's again come before BNF in regards to LGSC. And there was an amendment made by the Honorable Associate in terms of recommending to Budget and Finance to consider that recommendation. That'll be on probably the next BNS regular meeting. So, in essence, looking at the entire picture, Madam Chair and myself, and hopefully the committee can proceed in terms of seeing what we can do as two committees and Mr. Gay.
Mr. Chair and Madam Chair and members of the Committee of Budget, Finance, and Resource Development, and also staff, I'm very uncomfortable with what we're doing, the way we're doing things. We're already on the agenda, and it's been read into record, even though we didn't pick it up. We're already in there. I would say that let's wait until we get a quorum. Budget and Finance Committee, I think all 6 members are here, but we need to get a quorum for the resources, and then we can start. But the way we're doing things, I just am very uncomfortable with what we're doing. And we have to accept the agenda and do all that first. Then we can go into what we're doing here. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, thank you.
We have a quorum now, so going back, if I can have each of the respective committees' attendance.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is your roll call for Wednesday, November 30th, 2011. It's a joint meeting with the Resources and Development Committee and the Nomination Council Chambers with the Rock Nomination, Arizona. Lorenzo Bates.
Here.
Jonathan Nez.
Here.
Nelson Begay.
Here.
Lorenzo Curley.
Two.
Mel R. Begay.
Here.
Danny Six.
Here.
Entire committee's here, Mr. Chair. This is the
co-chairs and members of the committees. I'm thinking rather than talking about individual chapters, that maybe at first we should talk about the overall more in a wholesome manner. And I was looking at there are B, C, I think D and E that provides that opportunity. Yeah, that's it. I mean, the individual. It will end up getting pinned down on individual chapter discussions rather than talking about the policies in general and see how we could tackle this problem. So to that end, if the two committees are willing to, I'd like to offer a motion to change it. Or maybe we'll do it at the suspension of the rule so we don't have to print another agenda. Would that be the preference of the co-chairs?
Mr. Sosi,
Yeah.
Before I call for the vote, the reason they're only exhibits. We won't go into.
Oh, okay, so
they're only there as
A, B,
exhibits.
A, B, and E, or
Yeah, they're just exhibits, so
the
that
intention is to talk about the whole.
yes.
Okay,
Not to go into anything.
okay. I got it.
Good.
You're
good?
Okay, thanks.
Any other discussion? Not call for the question on accepting the agenda as read. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Eight in favor, none opposed. That will be end of our agenda. Review of journals, none, receive reports. Back to my opening statement. The intent again is to have the two committees come up with a solution as a result of what you're going to hear from the presenters. If you look to the end of the agenda, you have 5 down to Exhibit D. Those are, again, primarily exhibits that are legislations that are pending, and as I indicated, the Budget and Finance Committee has final authority. Obviously, with recommendations from Resource Development, who has authority over the chapters. So any recommendations that come forth from resources will be considered, can be considered by Budget and Finance, but with the understanding that BNF does have final authority in certain areas. If you look to items B, C, D, E, the intent of those areas is to give the entire picture of the occurrence, how things come together in regards to a chapter becoming sanctioned. Right? They will outline specific areas where they see the chapter needs help. The findings are usually consistent. You will hear from ethics and rules as to the process they go through. You will hear from the white collar crime unit there. You will also hear from legislative counsel as to the powers of each committee and how those individual powers of each committee could come together, hopefully, to be able to rectify the chapters in terms of better management. You will hear from the Controller's Office and the amount of money that we're talking about in terms of carryover 2012. You will also hear from, in conjunction with Arthur Mitchell. So again, the intent is to see what we can do as two committees to help assist the 110 chapters that are out there. So with that, Madam Chair, anything else you want to add to this before we proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Budget and Finance Committee. Under committee members, both Budget and Finance Committee and Resources and Development Committee, my comment is that I'm glad we're doing this together because we got concerned over some requests to lift the sanction or look the other way, if you will, when a sanction is recommended and then the committee would endorse the recommendation to sanction a chapter, but we were concerned that it would be overridden by Budget and Finance Committee. So I see that our joint effort will be good for everybody overall. We do have some good recommendations by the Resources and Development Committee. We're waiting to express them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In front of the agenda, you'll see experts from the Budget and Finance Committee on legislation that came, and it's on table status right now. And that was legislation 017-11. So you might take a look-see at that. It was tabled by BNF until certain things would occur, and that, as a result of this meeting, it probably would have influence as to the direction of that particular legislation against the Budget and Finance Committee. So having said that, let us move down to item B, overviewing the status of the chapter audits presented by Mr. Gay, Auditor General. Officer Gay.
Thank you. Chair, and, Madam Chair, and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee and Resources and Development Committee. For the record, my name is Elizabeth Begay, and I'm the Acting Auditor General. Here with me is Bob Begay. He's our IT auditor that will assist me in doing the presentation, as well as Alfreda Lee. She's our senior auditor. Let me start with the audit issues. There are two main audit issues time and again that we report on chapters. The first one, chapter internal controls are deficient. And the second main audit issue, chapter does not consistently comply with procurement rules and regulations. As a result of these audit issues, based on our audit of 16 chapters, we identified missing revenue and unauthorized and unsupported expenditures. On the screen, we listed all those chapters that we audited and the corresponding amount of missing or undeposited revenue, as well as unauthorized, unsupported expenditures. If we go down at the bottom, the total, based on the audit of 15 chapters, we identified $91,639 of undeposited revenue that presumed missing, as well as a total of $1,944,396 of unauthorized and unsupported expenditures based on 15 audited chapters. So if we apply a straight average, it will translate to $7,000 per chapter for missing or undeposited revenue, and $130,000 per chapter for unauthorized, unsupported expenditures. And if we extrapolate that amount to all 110 chapters, we're looking at 770,000 missing undeposited revenue and 14,300,000 unauthorized, unsupported expenditures. That's how serious the misappropriation of chapter funds at the chapter level. And basically, the identification of unauthorized, unsupported expenditures, we did not even look at 100% of the chapter expenditures. As auditors, we only do our work based on a sample test work. So if we look at 100%, that question cost or unauthorized, unsupported expenditures of averaging 130,000 per chapter may go up to much more dollar amount. And we explained the unsupported expenditure, no documentation to support or validate the check disbursements, and for unauthorized expenditures, no community approval, non-compliance with procurement rules and regulations. So those are the audit issues that we uncovered every time we audit the chapters. Then the next item that I would like to discuss is the sanction chapters. We do have a hard copy of this report. So these are tracking for sanctioned chapters since 2002, and to date we basically did a corrective action plan follow-up for 40 chapters. And based on the corrective action plan follow-up review, first visit, out of the 40 chapters, we identified 26 chapters that were recommended for sanction. And you can see at the bottom of that spreadsheet that we recommended 26 chapters out of the 40 that we did the corrective action plan follow-up. And 14 basically passed the follow-up review. We did not recommend any sanction. For our second visit, we identified out of the 26 chapters that we recommended for follow-up or for sanction, 13 chapters got out of sanction. So that resulted in, out of the 26 sanctioned chapters, leaving 13 sanctioned chapters on the second visit. On the third visit, 5 chapters got out of sanction, so that left 8 chapters is still sanctioned to date, and 32 chapters got out of sanction. So basically, this presentation shows that when the chapter knows that the Oversight Committee as well as the Budget and Finance Committee will sanction those chapters that fail to implement their corrective action plan, they work hard to implement those corrective measures so they can get out of sanction. So the perception that they will be sanctioned made these chapters more accountable to manage their chapter finances. And the graph at the bottom of that presentation basically shows declining sanctioned chapters. So the first visit, there were 26 chapters sanctioned. The second visit went down to 13. And the third visit went down to 8. And those 8 chapters, those are the, we can show the sanctioned chapters of Frida. Those are the Kaibito chapter. And those chapters are, we can go up in the, at the very first. Rough Rock chapter, Sawmill chapter, Red Valley chapter, Kaibito chapter, Tonalia chapter, Baka chapter. Those are the chapters that have been approved for sanction, and then pending Budget and Finance Committee approval, Shiprock and Turu chapter. Now we go to Clarito chapter, and that's the one that's listed as Exhibit A. Clarito chapter, initially the Budget and Finance Committee tabled that resolution and requested us to go back. And based on our second visit, they addressed the deficiencies and were recommending the sanction be lifted, and that will be presented to the Budget and Finance Committee at their next meeting. The one that we're still working on, field work in progress, those are the Shiprock chapter and Turu chapter. Turu chapter, that was presented to the Resources Committee, and that resolution was deferred for revisit, and currently we are still doing the field work for that chapter. But the bottom line on this presentation is that the chapter will make sure that they get out of sanction once this Oversight Committee, the Resources Committee, and the Budget and Finance Committee approve their sanction. There's a perception there that the Oversight Committee and the Budget Committee is serious in sanctioning these chapters, so they work very hard once they get sanctioned to get out of the sanction. So now we go to the program tracking of sanction, and based on our database, we basically completed 6 program follow-up corrective action plan, and out of the 16 corrective action plan follow-up that we did, it shows that 11 programs were initially recommended for sanction in our first visit. In our second visit, those programs got out of sanction. Out of the 11, 3 got out, so that left 8 programs that's still under sanction. In our third visit, 3 more programs got out of sanction, so that left 5 programs under the sanction status. And those programs are CIO. That program has been sanctioned since 2003. Insurance Services Department, that program was sanctioned in 2007. Navajo Area Agency on Aging, that program was sanctioned in 2008. And Navajo Head Start, that program was recommended for sanction, but because of DOJ legal advice, that program was not sanctioned by the Budget and Finance Committee. And the last one pending BFC approval, as well as the oversight approval, that's LGSC. Now, I would like to go to the withheld monies. As I mentioned, there were 8 sanctioned chapters, but to date, the controller basically withheld monies on only 5 of them. So those on the list, backup, to date, there's 24,000 withheld by the Office of the Controller. Kaibito, $49,759. Red Valley Chapter, $128,122. Sawmill, that's $246,538 in Tuanalia. As you can see, Sawmill has the biggest amount of sanctioned monies withheld because that chapter has been sanctioned since 2003. So the total overall withheld monies is a little over 500,000, and those are for the chapters. And then for the program, I was only able to get information on the capital improvement program, and there's approximately 68,000 withheld salary for the program manager. And this information only covers from fiscal year 2006 to date, even though the program manager has been sanctioned since 2003. According to payroll section, the amount will still go up. They're still trying to compile the 2003 to 2005 salary withheld. For NAAA, I could not get information on the salary withheld, and payroll still working on the amount. So those are the 2 program managers that whose salary were withheld by the Office of the Controller as a result of the Budget and Finance approval of those 2 programs to be sanctioned. Now I would like to go to our plan of operation under Title 12, just to give an overview of the responsibilities of the programs and the chapters once they get audited. So under Section 7C, this specifically spelled out the responsibility of audited programs and chapters that they are required to submit a corrective action plan, and that corrective action plan will be presented to the Budget and Finance Committee for approval. And under Section 8, specifically state the duties of audited programs. Once audit findings and a corrective action plan are approved by the Budget and Finance Committee, the Navajo Nation Program, Division, Chapter, Enterprise, or Entity, which is the subject of the corrective action plan, shall have a duty to implement the corrective action plan according to the terms of the plan. And of course, Section 9 specifically states the consequence of failure to implement the corrective action plan. Because of the audit issues, the first slide that was presented, if we can go back on the first slide. As I stated earlier, on average, per audit, we identify 7,000 per chapter of missing revenue and 130,000 per chapter of questionable expenditures. And if we extrapolate that to all 110 chapters, that translates to 770,000 missing revenue and 14.3 million questionable expenditures. Moving forward, we have this legislation requesting the Office of the Auditor General to be given authority to directly access the chapter's accounting system. And I would like our IT auditor, Bob Begay, to just briefly go over the benefits of the Auditor General getting direct access view only on the chapter's accounting system.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and as I proceed here, I'll give a presentation on the continuous auditing and continuous monitoring that is being perceived to be a good tool that the Office of the Auditor General is offering. So as we go forward, I'm going to present that you can follow along in this presentation. We serve this presentation as a guide, and as I read here, continuous auditing is used by a majority of internal auditing shops across the nation. And the relationship of continuous auditing, continuous monitoring, and continuous assurance, the application and implementation of continuous auditing benefits of a continuous integrated approach. As the roles are noted there, we have challenges, one of them being regulatory compliance and controls, internal audit value and independence, availability of skilled resources, determining appropriate technology solutions, and the need for timely ongoing assurance over risk management and control systems. The role of continuous auditing provides more frequent, more timely analysis to better manage control deficiencies and risk. And to clarify some of the maybe misconceptions about auditing, continuous auditing, continuous monitoring, and continuous assurance. So we define some of these issues. Continuous auditing basically means method used to perform audit-related activities on a continuous basis. It includes control and risk assessment performed by internal audit. Continuous monitoring, method used to identify anomalies, compliance, and risk issues to assess adequacy/effectiveness of controls. With that, you have continuous assurance, combination of continuous auditing and continuous monitoring to ensure policies/processes and internal controls are operating effectively. Here we have a slide that shows the relationship of continuous auditing and monitoring assurance. And key in this slide is that the role of continuous auditing is dependent on continuous monitoring of controls. There is an inverse relationship. The greater the monitoring of controls, the less audit issues. So, given the presentation earlier about the chapters that are sanctioned, the 26 there, the 13 and the 8. So what we have here is that as the controls are being monitored, the less of an issue it becomes. So you see a slope there in the reduction of risk or mitigation of risk. And as we go forward, the true continuous assurance depends on effective monitoring by management of internal controls and continuous auditing of that function. Again, we show a graph here of the programs. The benefits: focus scope of audit activities, mitigate the risk of fraud, increased confidence in financial results, reduced financial errors, increased accountability, increased transparency, improved ability for investigative cost recovery, improved reporting and remediation workflow. And as a result of some of the research we have done and provided, our office uses various tools within our line of work. And these are software tools, and as you would note in the graphs here, we have ACL. It's a software tool used by many organizations, and some of these focus areas are, again, data analysis, fraud detection, data extraction, and continuous auditing. And the concentration here is continuous auditing. The software tools that we use here, ACL is used in more than 65% of all auditing operations. And these are research material that we have used to validate this finding. And with the continuous auditing software benefits provided by ACL services, it provides read most electronic file formats, identify anomalies on near real-time basis, centralized security for enterprise data, reliable software support, increased audit coverage, increased audit team efficiency, timely audits, utilized data analytics, proactive audit model versus reactive audit model. Selected ACL as used by more than 1,500 corporations and business enterprises. An example of ACL services, we want to include this in this presentation. There are many references, and one of them being the British Columbia Government Ministry of Finance. In their case, over $21 million in efficiency savings each year, direct savings from recovery of incorrect expenditure and payments, improved data integrity for financial reporting, greater ability to achieve policy compliance, tighter internal control frameworks, more focused recommendations and insight for financial and procurement policies. Another example is that we use Stanford University, identified over $480,000 in potential duplicate vendor payments annually, investigates over 150 million payables transactions, analyzed transactional data from disparate cross-campus accounting systems, tracked and eliminated a security bug in ERP systems, planned continuous monitoring expansion into accounts payable, payroll, purchasing, petty cash. And that is the presentation I want to provide. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, just to add, the continuous monitoring and continuous auditing, it's basically a new approach to auditing, because right now we receive so many requests to do chapter audits because of allegation of misappropriations of chapter funds. And basically, based on the results of our audit, we identified a lot of misappropriated monies based on the first slide, averaging 130,000 per chapter of misappropriated monies. And when we schedule an audit, we review historical information, meaning transactions that occurred a year or even 2 years ago. With this direct view only access to the chapter's accounting system and their bank accounts, we will be able to review real-time information, and we can immediately identify exceptions or anomalies and quickly schedule a particular chapter for audit. Therefore, this continuous monitoring and continuous auditing will promote transparency, and transparency will translate to better accountability. And of course, this continuous monitoring and continuous auditing will help us prevent fraud. It's basically a preventive measure. And studies show that it is cheaper to prevent fraud than to handle the aftermath of fraud. And I believe Mr. Lawrence John from Ethics will elaborate on that. So we would like your favorable consideration on that legislation, giving us authority to directly access the chapter's accounting system and their bank accounts, and its view-only access, so that we can be more efficient and effective in doing our audits moving forward. And basically that concludes our report, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Other comments? Any members? Delegate Sosa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report also. I just want to preface what I'm going to say by saying that, mismanagement of monies is not limited to Navajo. It's all over the world. Washington, D.C., even Italy is falling. France, Greece is about to fall into the abyss. And so I don't want the media to think that this is a Navajo problem only. It's a problem all over the world. But I think at the same time, though, we have a duty to make sure that Navajo people's money are taken care of, whether it's Window-Rock or at a chapter level. And the way I look at this, co-chairs and members of the committees, and I know some of my colleagues will probably disagree with me, but I think LGA is the problem. See, the vision a long time ago was to give freedom to chapters, and Window-Rock decided through the council, through the changes, to give cash in the form of checks to chapters. When you have cash in your hand, it's tempting to do these things. And so, but I think, the council at that time put their trust into chapters to take care of the money. Even though they provided safeguards, those safeguards have proven to be not enough. That's why the law says that yes, these audits will happen, and then if somebody's caught, then it has to go to a committee. Based on what the reports we're seeing, chairs, is that I think the thing to do is, to put a lot of these things into an automatic mode. there'll be like an automatic sanction after either the Auditor General or somebody recommends it. You know, things automatically kick in after the Auditor General or some auditor makes the report. Then within 30 days, they're given a time for corrective action implementation. If they don't do it within 30 days, then they're automatically sanctioned. Doesn't need to go to a committee for review. And then you move on. If within another maybe 60 days they still do not submit it, then they're automatically removed from their position. And why should the Navajo people continue to endure people in these offices, either at the chapter or the program levels, that have a problem handling the monies or the program functions? Everything is automatic. But you put in the due process safeguards with the time and giving them an opportunity to submit, you know, their rebuttal or whatever. I think chairs and members of the committee, the other thing too is where we're headed with this continuous monitoring is we're going to end up hiring more auditors. We're going to be forever auditing. I would rather hire utility workers at the chapter level to help out with weatherizations, with building ramps for elders out there, rather than hiring more auditors. All of these things should be centrally connected between Window Rock, the chapters, and the banks, and using the technology. And so I think what we're seeing here, chairs and members of the committee, is proof that LGA is not working. To me, this is proof. I'm not saying that local governance, we should throw that out. What I'm saying is let's change the way we're doing it and go to a different method of local governance rather than the way we're doing it. To me, we're asking for more trouble and more reports like this and more embarrassment to Navajo people, because this thing gets splashed across Navajo Times and Gala Independent almost on a weekly basis. And you know, and the Navajo people just cringe when they see these reports. And they don't like it. And so I think, you know, if we do it differently by putting these autopilots on these accounts, and then putting the office of the controller or some financial institution. Today, none of them are on the checking accounts. The only people on the checking accounts are the chapter officials and the employees. They're the only ones that have access. The controller can't go over there and monitor these checking accounts. And I don't understand that. I think we should authorize by law that every chapter checking account shall have either the office of the controller or somebody else designated to be on there. So the controller can just go in and say, I want to see that checking account. And he's given access. Today he can't. And I think this is why we're having the problems that we're having. Rather than just continuous monitoring, I would recommend that we put authorization to stop a check to the Auditor General or to the Controller, especially if it's over a certain amount. That automatically be reviewed before it is done. I, for one, and I don't deny that I am not brave, you know, in bringing these type of issues to my chapter officials, because I feel like they're not going to support me and not vote for me again. I don't deny that, you know, call me a chicken or whatever, but I think every public official goes through this to where we are concerned about this, but we don't want to bring it up directly to chapter officials. And so, but by putting these automatic limitations, it takes away that thing from us, and we don't have to deal with it, unless if it gets very serious. So, based on this report, and I think LGA proposes that and allows accountings and governance and everything to go in 110 different directions. The alternative form of government. Everybody is doing it differently. And the moral chapters we certify, in about 10 years, we're going to have 111 accounting systems, all doing differently. We'll have 111 governance systems. To me, that's crazy. We can't allow that. We got to have some type of uniformity so that we can keep an eye on these monies for the Navajo people. And yeah, you can have local government, but I think we need to do it differently. Well, yeah, for the employees, the programs, I don't understand why the capital improvement, and why they're moving. I think that's very simple to address. And to me, you attach their name, and bylaws say that so long as you're under sanction, you will not be eligible for employment. So you can't move on. You got to take care of your audit problem at your former job before you move on to another employment. You just can't say, hey, I can move on and that's it. And then, think that you got away with it. And then one idea I think, Chair, is that we need to look at too is maybe 2-year contracts for employment. That nobody will be permanent. See, today, employees somewhat are permanent because of Navajo preference law. And it promotes these type of problems. But if you have somewhat of a limitation on that, and even division directors, that they come up, if there's a problem, they automatically come up for reaffirmation at the end of their second year, even the controller. And so then if they don't do their job, the consultant is given an opportunity to vote a vote of no confidence and then have them be on their way. And then we get a new division director that will be accountable and responsible. So, and I think that's the way, Chairs, and based on this report, that we need to seriously re-examine this whole thing. Those are my thoughts based on what I heard this morning. And I think some of these, I know they're just in generalities, and I think we should, by having an automatic thing where, even self-auditing, we should be able to see 110 chapters up there. That gives us an overall view, even from week to week, on what's going on. We can't have auditor generals drive around from chapters to chapters. They go 3, 4, 5 times, and it takes up a lot of time. And the chapters know this, that you're not going to be eligible for an audit until 3 or 4 years down the road. And so you get you can afford to mismanage a little and get away with it. So, oh yeah, thank you, yeah.
Delegate Curley.
Thank you. Chair, Madam Chair, thank you, and fellow delegates, and those in the gallery. Good morning. I am kind of sitting here thinking about the private sector, how private sector is not immune to these type of things we're talking about. I read this morning how some states and counties, cities are investigated by the SEC, Federal Security and Exchange Administration, Commission, I think it's called, moving money. One intended purpose to another, to meet the budget shortfalls. things have blown up to mass detection. So, Mr. Sosi stated, it exists everywhere, it's just not on the reservation. So long as there's a human mind to get money around there, humans will find a way to conjure up schemes to divert funds. They could be that. And so internal control, the mission of internal control is try to minimize that and try to eliminate all that risk. One thing that strikes me is at the chapter level, the people who write the checks are the ones who make decisions about how money is going to be spent. That needs to be separated. The decision makers, officials, and the office managers, they can continue to lead the chapter, continue to make plans and work projects for the chapters. The responsibility for issuing the checks should be separated from those actors. I think that would be a way to start to keep schemes from developing, because it takes two to tango. You have the administration side, who's a co-signer on the check, and you also have the official side, the chapter side, also a co-signer on the check. And those two parties get together and agree. Then the scheme is carried out. So you have decision makers on both sides of the table signing off on checks. That has to be removed to a third party, somebody unattached to the decision actors. The problem with that is if we come back to the nation to be the party responsible for that, we run into red tape. And the people out there just don't have the patience for red tape, especially from the controller's office. They don't have the patience. So we have to find an alternative to the controller's office. And that's why I think we should be probing for answers. Do we need to have regional centers? Maybe we need to have agencies. I think somebody was pushing that idea. There's a pilot project in Western Agency that was supposed to be underway right now. I don't know what's going on. Something to that effect. We need to separate. Because I can see in my mind where, and I've seen it, where if we were to remove the check writing ability away from the chapter, I think we would eliminate a lot of the stuff that's going on. You just go back to the corporate setting. You have the managers, you got the overall managers, and you have the program managers. If those guys had checkbooks in their hand, what would happen? And I think that the wisdom there is they've separated that. They have somebody else writing checks for their decisions, to cover their decisions. Managers, CEOs, and their managers, they make the decision. And then somebody else does the check writing. That's what has to happen in this particular case, in our case. We are in a mini-cosmic of a business environment. But we put that checkbook in the decision makers' hands and the ability to write checks in the decision makers' hands. So created that. So I would, as Mr. having a continuous monitoring is not the answer. The answer is to invest more resources in chapter finances. In his case, he wants a utility worker. I think in our case, in my scenario, my recommendation, I would ask for a separate entity that would be totally unattached and would be responsible solely for finances. Oh, there's no pressure. Hey, I have one chapter where the administration side, the chapter employee is playing politics, and that happens. A lot of this results from politics. It's playing politics over between factions that are formed at the chapter level. And that's not good. That's a formula for disaster. And unfortunately, LGSC are not help here when it comes to these type of politics. Developing their employees playing politics, and when that happens, that's a formula for disaster. We ask LGSC to correct the problem. The help doesn't come. Chapters are left holding it back. If you want to play politics, fine, but just make sure they don't have checkbooks in their hands when they do that. Somebody else have that responsibility if they're independent, uninfluenced party. We can eliminate a lot of this. Mr. Chair, I think that we need to go down that road. I would like to recommend that as a way to address this problem. And I can't enjoy I see. Thank you.
Call on Delta. Unless you have some really, really urgent question of the presenter, we'll just wait till the end. Okay with it? Okay. With that, we'll ask the motioning party for this, so we don't take a vote on it. Vote on it at the end. Motioned by Delegate Pete and Delegate Apachito. That's an item. Quite on to end, otherwise we would have to vote one at a time. Pushing? Yeah, thank you. With that, we'll go on to the next presenter on the agenda, which is Mr. Mitchell.
National Budget and Finance Committee, the Resource Development Committee, a joint committee meeting. Also to staff from Division of Community Development, Office of the Controller, OB, Yahaki. So there's binders that binders that are being handed out. And then also Wells Fargo. Mr. Snyder, maybe 5 to 10 minutes on how we're working with the chapters on these bank accounts. Also, I had another presenter, MIP. I don't know if he's here, but north of Gallup, the radiator, so hopefully he'll be here. So going back to the binder, I have a table of content. I have 9 items in this binder. They're separated by a green tab. Going on to the first green tab, what was presented here by the Office of Auditor General, And this one sheeter. This one sheeter, it tells you a snapshot on one page. On one page, a snapshot. Also, the presentation by Auditor General. It was stated that there was like 40 that was audited, 26 was unsanctioned. It went down to 8. %. So currently, I have a little one discrepancy with the Auditor General. I'll get together with her though. So this one page, it gives you a snapshot of the audit. There's 6 chapters, but based on the Auditor General, 8 version. They're on sanction status right now. They're on sanction status. And going on to the next column, we get chapters that are on cap. There's 8 chapters that are on cap. Now, going on to the cap implemented and past audit, there's 17 of each. So this would tell you, also supported by the Auditor General's report, that the chapters working with LGSC, also with the other entities, these folks over here, the 17 and 17, they were on this side, on the cap, the GED. So working with them, they implemented their cap, they passed their audit. So it gives you a snapshot on the discussion here. So there has been improvement. But we need to put a stop to all this taking money from the community. Gallup Independent, we need to put a stop to this. So it is on the decline of the sanction chapters going down. So LGSC working with the chapters and other entities with Auditor General. Out of the next number of pages, it's by agency. It's by agency, chapters that are on corrective action, chapters that are on sanctioned. By agencies. So for your information. The other one that I like to take you to is the next page. This is where I think we need to really put a stop to some of these issues that are out there. This next discussion I'll have Walls for to do a presentation. The next green tab, which has Banking CEO and MIP. Budget and Finance Committee, at one of the meetings at NAPI, I covered this. So during that time, I'll further do a report and a demonstration dealing. So, going by agencies. Eastern Agency, they have all their banking institutions listed. The majority is Wells Fargo. I would say 90+% is Wells Fargo. And that the accounting software that each of the chapters are using. MIP, hopefully the gentleman gets here to do a presentation. But if not, we can have one of the staff. What is the difference between MIP, Excel, and other software? We'll cover that. So these are the information by agencies for the chapter, each of the banking. The banking information and the software, accounting software that's out there. The other one that, these are the two that I covered, the banking, the software, accounting. The other one that's out there right now is going on to the third tab, the third green sheet, the third tab. The planning meeting checkoff list. there's a one-sheeter. When we were doing our presentation to the Budget and Finance Committee during the budget, myself and Auditor General, we recommended that this be made part of the bill. So it's a policy out there. Every planning meeting, the chapter official and the staff, with the community, they need to go down this checkoff list. These are some simple questions that they need to ask of one another. A lot of times the chapter official, most time probably doesn't know, so this is a checkoff list that needs to be used out there at each chapter meeting. We know that it's pretty new. So from chapter to chapter, it varies. I make some quick stop at some of the planning meetings. They're starting to use it. So when they master this, it shouldn't take more than 15 minutes to go down the line, asking each question. Did you deposit? Show me your deposit slip. That way, there's that question being asked of the staff. I'm going to get this asked at the planning meeting in front of the people, so I need to produce a document. So so we need to really make this mandatory. If we want to have that. Also, we developed one for all the chapter official. Because a lot of times the chapter official probably doesn't know what kind of question to ask. So this is out there right now. Going on to the next tab, which would be the protecting the chapter asset. Further on down the agenda, it has next action plans of Akage. This is some of the items that like the planning meeting checkoff list, the monitoring sheet, the uniform monitoring tool and financial accounting tool. There's a separate handout that should be handed out. There's a monitoring tool that we have. So we'll hand them out later. Out of the online banking view, out of the MIP accounting. What's the difference between MIP and other software accounting? We need to really address that. Out of transparency. Transparency is very key on any governmental function. So there's some items on here on transparency. Although the other in here is the plan of operation for LGSC. We're doing a restructuring within DCD. Hopefully within the second quarter, we'll present that to Resources and Community Development Committee. Although amending Title 26, we're still trying to get together with DOJ to finalize a few items. But hopefully amending this Title 26, it doesn't really place any responsibility on these functions at the chapter. With the new amendments, it places that responsibility and accountability to each of the chapter official and staff. So that's one thing that I like to cover. Also, another one that we really need to work on is the Navajo Nation personnel policies and procedure. I did presentation to a lot of the LGSC during their staff meeting. When I cover this area, a lot of times is that, with all due respect to other employees, is that, there's a person that gets let go, not just at the chapter, with the whole Navajo Nation, gets let go, at one of the organization. The following Monday, they're back at work with the Navajo Nation. There needs to be a way to flag a lot of these employees. The majorities are good workers. The whole 300,000 Navajos. So again, we need to amend the personnel policies and procedure. One thing that I recommend is to change the application process. When you go to the second page, it just says, name your references. I can list all my friends' name on there and says, if anybody calls you, make sure you say a good word for me. It should be that mandatory that the person hiring talks to the last employer, the last second employer, the last third employer. They resign, they let go, or fire, or they transfer. So again, we need to change that. Submitting your application. Other ethics law, covered. We need to strengthen our penalties. Because it's but there's really no payback or other things. Build capacity. We need to build capacity at the chapter. We need to build capacity at the LGSC. The other one that I have on here is the upcoming chapter election. We need to make some requirements and all that. So that's the action item. So these are some other action items that I list on here. Protecting chapter asset. The other one, going on to the next tab, which will be tab 5. Chapter bank accounting policy. 5 management system. I thought your banking policy. And the LGA, the 5 management. It's all uniform. It's all uniform. Let's say that us working with DOJ and Auditor General, we made the 5 management system uniform. So we're going to have different manuals, but then again, it's all uniform right now. So it's in their policy, the banking again. So it is in here. The other one that I'd like to share with you is the 6th tab, which is the Budget and Finance Committee, Navajo Nation Council. When you approve the Budget Instruction Manual, what covers the chapter, it covers the chapter, the accounting, coordination, reporting, and monitoring policy for disbursement. And what the chapter is supposed to return to get their disbursement. This is where politics comes in. A lot of times where chapters get in problem is with their staffing. No, that's where the problem starts. That's where the problem starts. So Navajo Nation Council in the Budget Instruction Manual. So this one, LGSC when they start putting their foot down, this is where politics comes in. Usually somebody will call me or call LGSC. I think if we need to really put our foot down, we need to make sure you ask that question to the chapter official. Have you done this and this and this? If they went by that one sheet or check off this and that, they're fine. So this policy, it's in here. The other one that I'd like to share with the committee is the recent allocations of the chapter. FY12, based on that, is you have it in here by agencies. And you see how much money each of the chapter has you'll see how much money each of the chapter has based on the FY12 allocation. You have the regular budget out of the 10 million, out of the 4 million, out of the claims money. Out of the chapter fund balance, I'd like to take you to the WIN system. Transparency, the Shino, you can go to Chile agency, Chile chapter. On the budget, when we go to the chapter, it's all on our internet. You don't need a password to look at each of the chapters carryover. Not carryover, but fund balance. So just an example, Chinle chapter is certified. It'll show you each month. Today September, they're still working on October and November. So when you look at each of the Chinle agency, Chinle chapter, those are their balances in each of the line items. So anybody can view this. So if you go to your chapter and then if you don't see anything, then we need to tell our staff you need to fill in all your balances. That's where you can view the chapter balances on DDG. So in the binder, what's in the binder? I'll respond back to some of these questions, but I'd like to give the time to Mr. Snyder. How does the chapter works with Wells Fargo? The reason why Wells Fargo is here is that 90% of the chapters are banked with Wells Fargo. So when they do the deposit, and then the online view, Chinle agency had a training with Wells Fargo a few weeks ago. And during that time, we need to have a lot more eyes looking at these numbers. You only have the staff or maybe one official, or maybe just even the staff that knows these numbers. So if you have a lot more chapter official and then from the LGSC, more eyes on this banking account. So there's more eyes looking at it. Also, at the planning meeting, they can log on to these Wells Fargo view only. It's almost the same as the one that Auditor General was but it probably won't cost me money. And how to view and all that. ITG, the software that we might implement, the difference between that software and QuickBooks and all that. So I think this is where a lot of that we can improve with the chapters is on the banking and then also the accounting software that we have right now. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Snyder.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, committee members. Craig Snyder, to Bilgami Bashishtin, Scottish Dashi to English out of the City Dashinale. King Fanny Vishan out of Wells Fargo Bank Banashnish. Wells Fargo Bank Banashnish code Khadim Dov Anahai out of Arizona licensed CPA Nishni. Can be after Naadleke. So the Kadeshwo Nissen being teaching Niha Nia. CEO online banking day I think today what I'd like to do is focus on what I've been doing or trying to do to help the chapters, because from my standpoint, safety of money, helping the chapters to have proper security procedures is the most important thing that I can do. I think that's extremely important. Nothing else that I do is that important. Okay. CEO, we have illustrated up here, is an online banking portal. It's a little bit more sophisticated than general online banking. And what I have done with the chapters is to set up something that is very unique for the chapters. It's based on input from the Auditor General, and I've been working with her for 3 or 4 years now. The LGSC offices, at least in Arizona, and of course the chapters. I discovered fairly early on that there were some areas where there's a need for more security, more controls. The key idea behind what we've done with the structuring of CEO, which makes it different from anything that any other online banking that I'm aware of, even within Wells Fargo, is that it is set up at the chapter level so that it is strictly view only. There are a couple of exceptions, but they're very restricted, and I'll cover that briefly. The idea is to eliminate the potential for money being misdirected to other locations, or for money being transferred even between accounts. Unless 2 people have authorized it, just like going into a bank and signing 2 signatures. If we click on the Sign On button there, we're going to go to the main page of CEO. And if we scroll down just a little bit, that's far enough. On the left-hand side, there's before you click on it, there's a basic banking. But you'll notice there are a lot of things on the left-hand side. Most of these are not applicable to the chapters. All we're trying to do is get something very simple that will help the chapters at the office level, the staff level, at the chapter house, to do their job, even if they're in Hard Rock and they don't want to have to drive to the bank. They are now making their deposits from the chapter house, no driving to the bank. We have the capability of taking care of all of the maintenance, deposits, everything for any remote location, regardless of where banks are located. But if you click on the basic banking button, the online banking system does not permit, the way it's set up for the chapters, anybody to move money around, but they can see the account balances. If we go down just a little bit there on the right-hand side, you'll see a sample account balance. This simply allows the chapter staff to see the account balance, and if you click on the one with the red and the underline, on the right-hand side, the 95,000, that allows you further to look at more details, and you can look at specific activity, you can set a range of history, and monitor this. From the chapter's staff standpoint, it simply allows them to take a look at the account activity, view the account balance, download the bank statement so they don't have to wait for it to come in the mail, and keep an eye on the account. The thing that is the other factor, which is very unique and very different, and the way we specifically structured this, is to have not only the chapter staff, generally the CSC or chapter manager, and the account maintenance specialist. In some cases, there maybe is a third person or an alternative. But in addition to the 2 of them at the chapter level, we have recommended, and most chapters have done this, to set up at least 2 chapter officials with the same type of view-only access. The reason for this is not for the chapter officials to become the bookkeepers for the chapter. However, because of the issue of transparency, we wanted to provide a tool that would permit the chapter officials to comply with Title 26 to oversee the financial condition of the chapter, the bank account. So our recommendation is that 1 or 2 chapter officials once a month go in and take a quick look at the account balance, make sure everything looks fine. If they need to look at a copy of a check for some reason, there's a really large item, and they just want to make sure it's properly signed, they've got the ability to do that as well. But the key thing here, and this is where our training with the Chinley agency was a few weeks ago, was to help the chapter officials to understand their role, not in doing the banking for the chapter, but in overseeing and supervising and sporadically, periodically, as a part of their regular job, looking at what's going on in the bank account, just to monitor it. The reason for this in particular, one chapter, first time I called on them, they told me that they had a couple of years prior had, I think, over 700,000. They now had it under 100,000, and they didn't know where the money went. And if the chapter officials had been periodically looking at the account balance, probably nothing more than that required, that somebody would have spotted a potential issue early, and it would have permitted the chapter officials to go to the chapter staff. It would have permitted the chapter to go to the LGSC, whatever, to address those issues. Now, in addition to setting this up for the chapter, and the basic banking is the primary function we've set up, we also have done something rather unique, and I don't know of anyone else anywhere that's doing quite this way. We have set up a unique access for the LGSC offices. In Arizona, which is what I cover primarily, the Fort Defiance, Chinle, and Western agencies all have a CEO access. Incidentally, we do not give them access to the chapter's CEO login. The chapter has its unique company ID. Each individual has their user ID and unique password. And we stress very, very heavily, no sharing of passwords. But in addition to that chapter online access, we have one set up for the LGSCs. And the LGSCs, with the permission of the chapters, have access to those chapters that have granted permission to look at their account balance. They can pull bank statements, they can check balances of activity, they can look at the activity that's going through the account. They can't move money, they can't do anything with it, but it was designed to provide support for the chapters at the LGSC level. So that is in place. The entire Chinle agency is using CEO. That's why we provided that specific 2-day training for them. The LGSC in that is also has access to almost all of the chapters there too, so that they can see and provide support for the chapters. The intent of both the separate company ID for the LGSC access and providing training for the chapter officials so that they can get in and see the account is to provide at least a couple of levels of additional access to information, transparency, ability to monitor and to review and supervise in a very general way, periodically, what's going on with the chapter bank accounts. If we close that screen, the top right-hand X on that particular page, if you scroll down a little bit further on, keep going. I'm not going to cover these in detail, but a little bit further. Okay, on the left-hand side, you'll see statements and notices. That's where they can pull the bank statements. There's also right under that stock images search, where they can look up specific items and actually look at a physical picture of the check. There's also, we skipped it, but there's a desktop deposit function that allows them through CEO to make deposits from the chapter house, which is what Hard Rock's doing. We've got a couple of other chapters, incidentally, that are in the process of being set up on this. If they wish, they can do tax payments from there. And we've reviewed this specifically with the Auditor General. If the chapter wishes to and has 2 accounts, we can set them up for a restricted ability to transfer from one account to the other in such a way that it requires 2 authorized individuals, 2 different authorized individuals to approve the transaction. It's the electronic equivalent of 2 signatures on the withdrawal from a savings account, for example, or a check. So those are the basic functions that we have here. We're not going through a lot of the details on the screens, but we just wanted you to have a basic understanding of what CEO is designed for and the ability that we have to set up this view-only access as we've done at the LGSC level with granted permission of the chapters.
If you go through that 2-day training, it tells you a lot. Just a simple, an example that I make on there is that I have an ATM card. Although if I give it to my wife, she'll go to Gallup. But sitting over here at my office, I can track what has been expended. If it's like over $200, I'll pick up the phone and say, hey, honey, what's this $200? So it generates those kind of questions where the chapter official or LGSC might say, what is this? What type of purchase is this? If it's a big amount, it triggers these questions. Nobody's tracking it, and maybe like 5-10 years later, somebody hopefully spots it right away. Also, with this system, we don't have to wait for the chapter to submit their report. We can have those already over here. Report the check with the indicator that a lot of times we can get these reports right away. Then I'd like to give the MIP. The difference between MIP and other softwares, and then I saw the MIP. The chapters can produce 3 statements. It's very unique that it does that. So does other software, can they do that? And then also, that this software also, hopefully it can cover how to protect a lot of these frauds. If you use the Excel, anybody can just change numbers and all that. But with this system, there's some safeguards that are put into place.
Committee members, we've ordered lunch, so they'll be bringing that in. With that, Mr. MIP.
My name is Bill Jimenez. I'm the president of ITG New Mexico, based in Albuquerque. And for the past 12 years, ITG New Mexico has worked with Navajo Nation chapters to produce a very specialized and customized accounting system specifically for chapters. And so if you'd like to take a look at the screen, you can see what has elapsed over the years. This is not something that was developed last week or last year or even 2 or 3 years ago. It's been in progress for over 10 years. And so one of the things that I would like to cover that was mentioned before is that there is a difference between what you see on the screen and Excel or even QuickBooks. MIP is what we would call fund accounting software. It's specifically designed to perform fund accounting. QuickBooks, Peachtree, those kind of products are actually business accounting products. And there are some fundamental differences between fund accounting and business accounting. Now, governments are required by all accounting standards to use fund accounting software and fund accounting principles. I'll sort of skip the accounting terminology, but basically it is designed to do exactly what chapters need to do. Now, if you look at the screen, you'll see that over the years we have worked in conjunction with the LGSC offices and with the Auditor General's Office of the Navajo Nation, so that when there's an audit, there's reports built in specifically to help that audit. And so an auditor can go from one chapter to the other and see exactly the same reports and have a very standardized way of approaching their audit. So here we have some reports here under this folder named Audit. See, all of these reports are what auditors have asked for in the past, and so we created them for them. And if they wanted more reports, we would create them for them. So I'm just going to try and maybe pull up a report here. And so you notice that it's very automated, and I can see every fund. I see exactly where I've gone over budget. I know this is hard to see, but this is a negative right here, where we went over budget in our travel expense. But if I were to go to any fund, that's Fund 1, here's Fund 2, a Navajo Nation General Fund. Here's land claims. You notice that these are funds that chapters use every day. We have not taken an accounting system and tried to cram it into what chapters do. Instead, it was designed from the beginning and to exactly conform to the kind of reporting and the kind of funds that chapters have. So here we can see exactly how much we have left over in any fund, in any budget. And we should be able to go to any chapter and see these exact same reports exactly this way. So we should have, especially for auditors and LGSC staff, to easily and quickly establish where a chapter stands. This ability to use the exact same accounting system across all chapters is what distinguishes this product and our services among all others. Again, it was adapted specifically for chapters. So we can see any fund, and we can run any of these reports. Again, some of these are adapted specifically to see for what auditors have requested in the past. Here we see all the cash receipts that have been taken into the cash drawer. We have actual receipt numbers. And again, I apologize, it is very hard to see. Maybe I can change the resolution here. To make it just a little bit easier to see. Give me just a moment here. I'm just hoping I can get us to be a little bit larger. Now, on top of the other things that we've done to try and ensure accountability, because really that's the end goal, is to ensure accountability and reporting at that chapter level. Okay, here we can see it's just a little bit better, I'm hoping. Not quite as good as I was hoping, but still, we do have every cash receipt on the date that it was paid and what our balance should be in that cash drawer. But I was going to mention that on top of the other things that we have done is to try and improve that accountability and to make sure that everything that needs to happen at that chapter level is actually happening, is we built a custom utility which goes out and looks at each chapter's database. Now, I didn't pop this up on the screen for you. It's an automatic reporting utility. And it goes out and it looks at that chapter and determines what they haven't done, and then sends up warnings on the screen for them. So here we can see the last time that I posted. Last time I posted payroll checks, and it's warning me that I should be posting more frequently. In addition, it allows us to send messages across all chapters at one time to identify, sometimes we can warn of frauds over the phone from various sources, but it also allows us to send messages about training and any number of different messages. But this system of looking at each individual database and warning that chapter, hey, you have not paid your payroll taxes. Hey, you need to pay that Navajo Nation sales tax. Or the payroll tax reports are going to be due at the end of next week. Those are the kind of messages that this utility brings up to that person that's operating that computer system. And in fact, MIP doesn't even have to be open. You notice, although I have MIP open down here at the bottom, you can't quite see it. Whether MIP is on or off, it doesn't even matter. That computer's on. These messages are being generated 5 to 8 times a day. It's very difficult to ignore them. And so this is one of the ways that we can assist chapters to stay current, to make sure they're paying those taxes, to make sure they're paying that Navajo Nation sales tax, make sure they're current on all of their reporting. Now, one of the things that we believe strongly about is that no chapter should be using Excel as an accounting system for reasons that that Mr. Mitchell had mentioned before, and that's the fact that these kind of spreadsheets can easily be manipulated. If we were to look here, I have the administration module here open so we can see this. In an accounting system, and I apologize again, this is very small, but we have a record of everything that was done. Every check that was cut, every vendor that was entered, every report that was created, who created it, when they created it. So here we have the date who logged on. This is a date here. This specific record is August the 15th at 10:35. This is the login user, and this happens to be a user named admin that I use. And when I logged on, and what I did while I was logged on, that audit trail, weeks, months, years later, is what really establishes an accounting system as much more secure and with much better accounting controls than a spreadsheet, because you have no such kind of reporting in a spreadsheet at all. So, and I'm open to any questions that may arise, but in general, what we have tried to do is to work with the LGSC offices, with the OAG office, to produce an accounting system that can be as secure as possible, that provides the best accounting controls possible, and it's been designed from the very beginning explicitly for chapters.
The two presentations that Kadopi has sent. If you go through the one-day overview from one account to another, it's almost the same as the online banking. There's a lot more in there that you can track from the LGSC or anybody that can log on and look at the account. If there was a presentation that I went to, it had in there the amount of money that's in the drawer, which is the petty cash idea. So if it goes to a different level, you can easily tell the staff, say, what is this? So there's those kind of things that you can see using this method here. Copy shot on the presentation. So Madam Chair, Chair, there's some items on here that I just went through real quick. What is the plan? The online banking, the software, what software do we need to use, and the one sheeter where did you submit this? Did you do this? Those are the three that we really need to push right now. Present each slide. So with that, thank you.
We do have a burning question from Delegate Yazzie. Go ahead.
Madam Chair and Council Chair and members here, thank you for allowing me to speak, and also our guests and gallery presenters here. Madam Chair, I just want to, on this issue that we're talking about, Law and Order has a meeting at 2, so that's the reason why I'm here early. And I just overheard that this meeting was going on. When I listened to the report and from the presenters and what's been brought up by the committee, we talk about the sanctions on our chapters and pretty much just, it seems like in a way, we are blaming the chapters. But I want to talk from experience, Madam Chair. 2 weeks ago, I went before your committee and on reference to the Rue chapter, who were looking at being sanctioned. And when I sat here and when I presented, it was obvious that there was a lot of miscommunication between LGSC and then the Auditor General. And then we sit here as a committee, we wonder what can we do to help the chapters to prevent all the sanctions that are going before us here. And I know we have to be held accountable because this money that goes back to the chapter is the responsibility of the officials and then as the delegates too when we approve the fund. So when I sat here, it's confusing. You have Auditor General who works for the Speaker's office. You have LGSC who works for the President's office. Until we can commit one department to oversee these chapters, then I see that this won't be a problem. Because our chapter officials are bouncing around wall to wall with being blindfolded. LGSC is saying something, Auditor General saying something, and then when we still have that, this problem will still be at large. And that's what I saw when I presented. And when we talk to chapter officials, this is what they're going to say. We're blaming the officials, we're blaming LGSC, we're blaming Auditor General, we're blaming the Resource Committee and Budget and Finance. So my thought on this whole matter here is that when we presented, LGSC and was pleading our committee not to sanction us, but LGSC recommended to be sanctioned, but Auditor General said no. So see my point here is that we're shooting in the dark here until we get some light, and that light may be if we could just set one department to get the political area, non-political. We have ethics, Mr. Lawrence John here, who's sitting here, but he has to represent the speaker. And so we need to have a department that don't have to answer to the president's office or to the council to make this effective. And so that's what we see here. And I know back at the chapter level, 75% of the chapters that we represent are fighting too as well. You know, the president's feuding with the vice, just like us here. I'm not saying, well, literally fighting. Yeah, I experienced that here on the council floor 2 months ago. But you see with the president and then with the council. So my thought is that if we can just do a study saying one department, and I know Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Yazzie and then Auditor General, we're just going all over like a drunk driver on the road. And so we need to get back on the road. And that's what I wanted to share, Madam Chair, and also Mr. Bates, Chair, and I won't say anything else further. Ma'am.
Thank you for those comments, Delegate Yazzie. That is exactly the purpose of this meeting. We're going to find a solution together. So, with that, we do have Mr.
The handouts include the general fund, the land claims, and the scholarship all on one schedule. And it's pretty self-explanatory. On the FY12 schedule, the sales tax has not been included yet, but on FY11 it is included. These numbers come from J.D. Edwards, and so if the budgets have been changed or if they have not been input yet, then the system will reflect that. So I believe the OMB is still inputting some of the budgets and still making amendments to other budgets. So those will be reflected here. The total on the FY12 total general fund budget is approximately $28 million, and for land claims is $2.4 million. Scholarship is $369,000. The sales tax has not been input yet for FY12. However, in FY11 that amount was $4.8 million on a revised basis, but 4.6 was input directly. On the carryovers, for this year the total is $870,000. I'm not going to go through 110 chapter numbers, although you may wish to hear me speak longer, but I'm not. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to address them, and maybe we can go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a quick question here to Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant, this money is still here in Grindelwald, right? Still overseen by finance? Okay, now, I know we're talking about money going to the chapters, and I know Hercule's not on here because we do request this money to be transferred to the chapter. So that's why you don't see Hercule on here. But you see a large number of chapters that still have money available here. So how would you go about getting this money to the chapters? Is it just request to your office? Mr. Chair, yeah.
Curly first.
Mr. Grant? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Grant, on this carryover, general funds chapters, this does not include, these figures that you showed here do not include land, scholarships, sales tax, and supplemental appropriations. This is just only for general funds. Correct? Because a lot of these numbers are even like in $100 category, and I know that the chapters that five chapters that I represent, they're carryovers for entire funds, across all entire funds, way more than $108, for instance, at Wagner's chapter. That's why I asked, but this is only for general fund, because you segregated the funds that chapters receive in these two handouts. One is general funds. Usually those just cover the employee salary, CSC, their budget, for nomination employees that the chapters are expected to carry. And they get split. You can look at the carryover there, only $100 amount. So these chapters, these nomination employees, LGSC employees are spending the money, yet the other funds are not being spent. Land claims funds, scholarships, sales tax, and supplemental appropriations. Those are not in this carryover. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, committee members of the two committees that is here, and your coach here as well. Mr. Chair, I think the subject matter that is on the floor is very much straightforward, and that is to address some of the issues and the concerns that are in questions here. That the chapters are in a position that it has its system that is faulted in a way by the personnel and some of the administration itself. And so the question is that how do we address those, and how do we make a positive response from this joint meeting? And as we have Mr. Grant here, we don't have any of that in nature that is presented, just some numbers that are reflecting that are in the accounts of the chapters. I would like to hear that from Mr. Grant, his position and his input into the nature of how we do business. I'd like to hear that, because I'm pretty sure and very much that he's aware of the situations and the concerns that we're trying to address here. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Looking at one of the carryovers, there's a chapter there that hasn't spent $415,000. And what's going on? Kids are going hungry, elders don't have home, and these monies are just being saved. And then it looks like kids are going hungry at Upper Food in Chapter 2. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. But, see, and I know in one of my chapters, the other question I had was, how much of these monies are now in savings accounts? And because chapters appear to be putting a lot of these into savings accounts, and in some banks, they actually want a physical transfer of the money to the checking from the savings. And if chapters forget to do that, their checks start bouncing. And so, what is the wisdom of putting money into savings? Because these are annual appropriations, and it's intended to help Navajo people rather than putting it into savings. So I don't know what policy your office has to encourage the savings while people go hungry, while things are not tended to. And we should see, it looks like, 95% of the chapters are spending their money, but there's about 5% in here that have huge carryovers. And so I don't know if it's because we don't have a policy that requires assistance with these things. And then the other thing too, I think it'll be interesting to hear from all the presenters, how they keep track of overdrafts. I haven't heard anything on that yet. In all these chapter accounts, how many times. And it was interesting to listen to MIP, and MIP software is not capable of warning on draft overcounts, and so, or overdrafts. And I think none of them do. And so, because I know in one of the chapters I represent, there were overdrafts. And it took an outcry from the chapter people for it to become a big issue. But it wasn't because of MIP or Winderock. It had to because of the outcry from the people of why these things. There should never be an overdraft of any chapter account. I don't understand why that is happening. Things should just be put on hold, and even with the Wells Fargo, they should just automatically be put on hold when they're getting to a certain stage. And that's it. And rather than charging chapters for overdraft fees, it should just stop. And then all sorts of bells should go off, and so that the chapter accounts could be looked into. Today, that doesn't happen. And even with Mr. Grant's office, it doesn't happen. So, with your experience in there for a very long time, to me, and I'm not saying this to hammer you, but I think you have seen what has been going on, and I believe it is your duty to address these things that we've been experiencing for a long time. And your office should be capable of giving us answers or finding answers to these problems. So I think, and now I have an email here, but I'll ask that to MIP too. I'm interested in how much the MIP costs us. I got an email from one of the chapters that said that this thing is very costly. And so, rather than, this is going back to my point again, not only are we trying to hire more accountants and utility workers to help out Navajo elders, now we're spending a lot of money on software rather than buying boards and lumbers. So, I guess, to Mr. Grant and then to others. Thank you.
What is something that maybe we take heartily, that a lot of this, the presentation that we just received from community development, MIP, it seems to me it's like a window dressing. We have all these capabilities. But if that's the case, why are we seeing problems in the chapter level? We have all these capabilities. So that's why I would MIP, bank, online banking, all the other presentations that were made, that's really depressing. Something is not going right. Despite the fact that we have all these resources at our disposal, that somehow things are going to crack. That's what I want to know. Why is it? I'd like to hear the case examine all of these areas where, for instance, you take the young people. It first comes to my mind. Why don't we do a case study? What went wrong there? Then we can assign blame. Then we can come up with good recommendations, sensible recommendations on how to correct the problem. Hey, we have all of these things that no honesty, and we go with us, like MIP, for instance. MIP, the chapters that I represent, they all purchase MIP for $5,000 or so. They have problems. And no one knows how to operate those systems. But then, like everybody's up in arms. There's no one around to. LTSC's not much help. Controller's office, no help. Auditor General, no help. The chapters out there trying to figure out how to go through all of this using their own resources. So that's in the financial accounting area. What I'm talking about here is fraud at the chapter level. How does that form? Why are those things continuing to go on? I'd like to hear a case study. That's what I'd like to hear, Chair. Perhaps Mr. Lordstein can give us some analysis as to why he thinks these things are happening at the chapter level. Chair.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. For the record, my name is Lisa Jim. I'm Principal Budget Analyst at O1B. I'll be answering Mr. Delegate Sosi's question on Rough Rock chapter. The chapters all have different statuses. One of the main goals is for them to be certified. Some of the chapters are certified, some of the chapters are sanctioned and monitored. If they're not certified, sanctioned, or monitored, they're fine. Now for Rough Rock chapter, they're monitored. They've been monitored for about 10 years now. So their monies come here to Window Rock. Anything they do, we have to enter a budget for it and process it here. Now like chapter, for example, they're certified. As of 10/1, they pick up their checks at the beginning of the year. Now all this money has been available since 10/1, since you passed the budget in September. The budget resolution CS 3711, when that was approved, we entered these numbers. So as of 10/1, all the way to 9/30 of next year, all this money will be available if they didn't spend it. So that's why Rough Rock chapter has $415,000 available. Now they have to bring their budgets here. We enter that money. We put it specifically in those accounts. That is where it's spent from. They haven't got out of monitor status yet. I believe that's one of Chinling LGSC's goals, is to get them out of monitor status. But they've been there for a while. They seem to be happy there. To me, 1 year ago, that they would be out of monitor status. They're not doing it again. Peggy Sunez with Chinling LGSC's here. If you have any questions for that specific chapter. Now, we did meet with PCD and I believe Controller's Office about the carryovers for 71 cents. We require budgets for all these carryovers. If they're over 50,000, we require oversight approval. If they're under 50,000, we can do it. But for 71 cents and for $9.02, is it really worth our time to submit a budget, get all the signatures? So for these ones, we're asking, let's just put it in their general fund and be done with. So there's a couple of chapters here that are over 50,000 that we will be seeking oversight approval. Now, when they get this money, we recommend that it be spent specifically what it was there for. It's not always the case. They may review their budget, put it in other places. As long as they get oversight approval, that's all we recommend. Now, as for your land claims and scholarship, Those are different accounts also. The general fund accounts are your 108014s, your land claims are the 408008s from there on, and your scholarship are 508001. Now, your land claims, scholarship, and general funds that were approved by council, those are all entered in the system. If you want the balances, we can give you the balances of those as of today. Now, for sales tax, we haven't received those yet, and the carryover funds, we have not finalized those yet. So as soon as we finalize those, a memo from OMB will be going out in conjunction with DCD, with Dominic Diallo, and Mr. Arvin Mitchell's signature that we give to the chapters. This is how much your carryover is. Please submit that budget to us. So you submit that budget to us, and if you need OPEB approval, we will into that budget. That's one of the things that we recommend. Now, for somebody had asked a question about the supplementals. The supplementals, the 10 million, the 4 million that were approved during council, those are in these numbers. Those are included. Mr. Chair, committee members?
Fred, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a couple of questions that were asked, and what I want to do is jump ahead while I have your attention here and answer the third question first. If you listen to the dialogue that's going on here today, there's a lot of discussion about chapter problems, what's wrong with the chapters, how come they're not doing this and they're not doing that, and why are we here? Why do we have to sit here and listen to this? And different comments are being made about the chapters. The reason why we're here is because the relationship between the Navajo Nation government and the chapters have never been clearly defined. We try to push them out on their own, but at the same time we keep a line tied up to them. We have never really cut them loose. And so there's a basic decision that needs to be made by this council. And that decision is whether you want to maintain a parent-child relationship with the chapters or whether you want them to be separate entities, legal entities on their own. And once that decision is made, everything else will fall in place. But the decision was halfway made when we established the LGSC, but it was never fully implemented. So that's why we're here today talking like we are about audits, and they don't behave, and they're overspending, and they're misspending, and we'll still be here again next year if this decision is never made. So I just wanted to bring that out. Mr. Begay asked that question, and I wanted to answer it first. Going back then to Delegate Simpson about the money is here and how do we distribute it to the chapters. And the chapters usually receive this money directly. They have to submit budgets to the Office of Management and Budget. Unless they're on a monitored status or a sanctioned status, then the money will stay here. Then going on, Delegate Curley asked about carryovers. And the carryovers are automatic for the chapters. It's written in the statute that they are all carried over every year and their funds do not lapse. Which, by the way, is a word that I want to start getting away from. The word lapse is not a good word. We need to start talking about the loss of a budget or something like that. When we use the word lapse, we think of it as being money that we give you and take back. In reality, there's no money out there, it's all a budget. So going on to Delegate Sosi, then how much is in the savings account? Why are checks bouncing? There should never be an overdraft. Well, if there's an overdraft, it's because the chapters are writing checks when they don't have money in the checking account. And so if they have a savings account out there that has money in it, it's a very simple matter of setting up a connection between the savings account and the checking account and allow the checks then to clear through the savings account. Once that is done, then the checks won't bounce until they've completely depleted the savings account. Then at that point the checks will start bouncing. These accounts we have set up at the central government. In fact, all of the accounts at the government are set up in this manner. And we have one depository account, and all the checks clear through the depository account. So it can be done at the chapter level as well. And then Delegate Curley came back for a rejoiner and said that the MIP is too expensive. And Delegate Curley is not here, but I just would point out to you that when J.D. Edwards was initially developed, one of the purposes was to bring all the chapters together onto J.D. Edwards. So that option is still available. If chapters wanted to use J.D. Edwards, they could set up their accounting on J.D. Edwards. It's not a simple system to use, but it is available, and they would have all the resources that we have at the nation. That would bring the chapter closer to the government, and it would allow us then to look into these accounts very easily. And that may not be something that the chapter wants, or it may go against the goals of the council. So those are decisions that would need to be made as well. But we do have that ability to extend J.D. Edwards out to the chapter. In fact, we also, while I have your undivided attention, we wanted to bring the enterprises onto J.D. Edwards as well and have them use J.D. Edwards. And that's option is still out there. Mr. Chair, those are my comments.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and also Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. Yeah, all the committee members and those that are in the gallery here. Yeah, it doesn't look too good on me when you have $38,000 missing out of unauthorized, and then over $5,000 spent on the deposit. Especially when I came out of being the chapter president in January. Those were already in place when we got in there. But what I'm interested in is, where do we put the monkey? There's a system that we have, we're trying to implement overall, the system. Is there some deficiency? Is there something wrong with the system that they have? They should tell you. How do we focus on the system? The system will be only as good as what you put in there. It's like a computer. Garbage in, garbage out. You can have an excellent system, but if you don't put in the right figures in there, we'll spit you out garbage. That's what you're going to end up with. Is it the system? Or is it the chapter coordinator or the chapter service coordinator out there with the chapter official? Is it them? They should tell you. You can have a good system, but we're having an election again next year. There's always somebody around with a sticky finger at you. There's always somebody around like that. So we put the Tuba City on high pedestal. Let's see what's taking place. How do you should take? Is it the system? Though the officials and those who are working with the figures, is it them? Or is it the Auditor General not sitting down with the LGSC and talking? Or does it come back, or the monkey, or do we bring the monkey back into the council? So I don't hear what to end with that issue. The relationship with the chapter government and then the central government. Where do we place the monkey? I think we go all over the places. We're still not going to tie down the monkey at the end of the day. Are we going to focus on a certain area and say we're going to fix this? Or we lanching? Well, that's case, but to have this discussion is good though. To have a whole committee also. Do we focus on the ethics laws? They're coming back in. They go out the back door and they come back in. Not too long down the road. We're just playing merry-go-round. Musical chair on our day on the week. But starting to cloudy downtown. So those are just some of the thoughts that's going through my mind as well as this whole scenario. Oh, here.
Next presenter is Mr. Okay, I'm sorry. Mrs. Kong, legislative counsel.
The joint committee, are we waiting till the end to ask questions? We see the backup, so I'm just sitting here waiting to see your guidance. Sure. Thank you.
I think we have two rules. At the end, we'll hear from everybody. This is real urgent, was the question. I know everybody's comments and questions are urgent, but let's hear from everybody. So I will reserve your questions and comments. We're asking the presenters to stay. And what we're looking for is solutions. Don't just create more doubt about it. Anyway, it's okay. Halet ash adini, halet abeno hodit ah, ediki, ehaiki. Not ani nothing. I don't get now. I'm going to put Adam ash at on Nick now. Then it's Adam they shot. To be haiki. Mr. Ormisa.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee and the Resources and Development Committee, and members of the public and fellow presenters this afternoon. My task on the agenda is to give a brief overview of the authorities of the Navajo Nation Council Standing Committees with regard to this particular issue. Up on the screen, I have a page from the Title II amendments regarding the authorities of the Budget and Finance Committee. Budget and Finance Committee has the authority with regard to audits, and that is at 300 C. So you go down to C. The committee shall exercise oversight authority, including but not limited to budget, finance, investment, bonds, contracting, insurance, audits, accounting, taxes, loans. This is it. Chapter, budget, and finance for the following purposes. So there is your key word, chapter, budget, and finance. And 300C1, to coordinate, oversee, and regulate the fiscal, financial, investment, contracting, and audit policies of the Navajo Nation. This is within the authorities of the Budget and Finance Committee. 300C3, 4, and 6. 3, to recommend to the Navajo Nation Council the adoption of legislation designed to strengthen the fiscal and financial position of the Navajo Nation and to promote the efficient use of the fiscal and financial resources of the Navajo Nation. And that would be the legislation in which the Auditor General is asking for continuous auditing. That is on listed as a resolution that is being tabled and discussed today. Number 4, to protect the interest of the Navajo people through the prudent management of the financial reserves of the Navajo Nation and the use of funds available for expenditure by the Navajo Nation. And number 6, to act as an audit committee of the Navajo Nation government. Again, these are authorities of the Budget and Finance Committee. Section 300 and 301B3. The 301B3, to the extent permitted by federal or Navajo Nation laws and regulations, the committee shall appropriate, allocate, cancel, reappropriate, and review the use of Navajo Nation funds. So this is what you are doing now, reviewing the use of Navajo Nation funds. And 301B5. To coordinate and review all physical, financial, and investment activities of the Navajo Nation and its enterprises, as well as other agencies, federal, state, regional, private, expending or seeking to expend funds within the Navajo Nation or for the benefit of the Navajo Nation. And the chapters would fit into that category. Number B9 there, it says to require reports from and to monitor the financial performance of all offices, divisions, departments, enterprises, authorities, committees, boards, commissions, or entities having oversight or control over physical matters or financial obligations to the Navajo Nation. Again, the oversight authority of the Budget and Finance Committee to examine the financial affairs of the chapters. And the next authority is 301B13. And that is oversight of the functions of and it goes down the list, the Office of the Auditor General, the Office of the Controller, the Office of the Management Budget, the Office of the Auditor General. So those are the ones that we are dealing with today, the Oversight Authority of the Budget and Finance Committee. Now, as far as the authorities that fall within the purview of the Resources and Development Committee, Resources and Development Committee falls under Title II, Section 500. And so we have Section 500C. The committee, the Resources and Development Committee, shall exercise oversight authority over water, land grazing, environmental protection, cultural resources, agriculture, livestock, wildlife, roads and transportation, air transportation, communications and utilities, information technology, and here it is, chapter activities. That is the authority of the Resources and Development Committee. And 501B2. The authority to oversee, the authority to develop legislation, to develop and improve local government units, and that would be chapters. The Resources and Development Committee has oversight authority. See, the Resources and Development Committee has a lot of responsibilities here. Oversight authority is under 501C, and if we go read, the committee shall serve as the oversight committee of the Division of Natural Resources, including district grazing officers, Eastern Navajo Land Board, Farm Board, soil and water conservation districts, including grazing issues, to accomplish duties set forth in the Navajo Nation Code, and here it is. Shall have oversight over the Division of Community Development and chapters. So there is the authority of the Resources and Development Committee over the issue you are discussing this afternoon. In addition, I'll give a quick overview of the authorities, the plan of operation of the Auditor General. The Auditor General's authorities fall within Title 12 of the Navajo Nation Code. And Title 12 are the fiscal matters. And Chapter 1 is the Office of the Auditor General. The purpose of the Office of the Auditor General shall be to provide continuing professional and management services, professional audit and management services to the Navajo Nation government with regard to the adequacy of management and accounting systems, procedures, practices, and internal controls, including but not limited to number 1, this is key, conducting financial audits and reviews of financial records of chapters, related Navajo Nation entities. That would be, let's see, the financial records of chapters. That is the topic of our discussion today. And section number 4. Section 4, duties and responsibilities and authority of the Auditor General. The Auditor General is authorized and directed to A, formulate, implement, and maintain continuing audit programs and take such action as may be deemed necessary for the accomplishment of the purpose of the office. And that is what she is doing when she is recommending the continuous auditing legislation, which you will be considering later on. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Khan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate this opportunity to add comments from the Department of Justice. I've been working with Brian Lewis, who's worked with chapters before on this particular issue. He's with the Economic and Community Development Unit. I think everyone knows me. My name is Lurleen Tapahi, and I'm the Assistant Attorney General, the supervising attorney for that unit. And I think I'm in a really good position to address some of these issues because, as Mr. Grant was saying, the problem is very systemic. It comes from the lack of foresight when the Local Governance Act was adopted. I'm not sure who exactly drafted that statute, but it has been a very, very difficult time for my unit dealing with chapter matters to maneuver within that statute and to advise chapters how they should conduct their affairs within the authorities given to them in that statute. It is a shell of a law. It is full of gaping holes, and someone should have really thought through the entire act before it was actually implemented, because there's so many things missing. There are things that are contradictory even within the statute itself. So until we address the problems in the LGA and some other issues that the Auditor General and Mr. Grant brought up, until we decide, until this council decides how it wants to categorize chapters and how it wants to treat chapters and what kind of authority, what kind of entities chapters should actually be, until that is clarified and established firmly and clearly in the law, these problems are going to continue. Our unit finds numerous problems. Chapter officials come to us and say, we paid so-and-so $10,000 to do thus and such work. It was never done. Please sue thus and such. Please sue Joe Yazzie to give us our money back because he didn't do the work. And then I say, well, where's your contract so we can sue him for breach of contract? And they say, well, we never did a contract. He just started working for us. And then now we paid him some money. Or so-and-so did the work and is now suing us because we haven't paid them. And I say, well, where's your contract? Well, we don't have a contract. We just don't have one. So, I mean, it's really astonishing that some of these things are going on. And I've been trying to advise chapters, please come and ask DOJ if there's any question, if you have any doubt or confusion as to how to go about things. And a lot of them are very cooperative. A lot of them come and work with DOJ and want to do the right thing. And so I want to commend those individuals at those chapters for doing that, because we get a lot of that too. But unfortunately, we do get some that are after the fact, and we're there to try to clean up the legal problems that arise. Since this is focused on the authority for I got two lunches. Since this discussion is focused on the authority of the committees of the Navajo Nation central government, I believe, to stop what's going on, to stop the problems that are arising and this repeat of some of the same situations over and over again, I want to limit my presentation to 5 areas, and just to throw these out so that we can know that there's 5 things here that can be done to address these issues. And these 5 things, again, are only available under the current scheme, under the current laws that we have. I recommend, of course, that we address these laws, amend them, change them, fix them where they need to be fixed. But for now, these are the 5 different areas, 5 different ways that these problems can be addressed. Number 1, as Ms. Khan was talking about, there is authority by the committees. This committee, Resources and Development, and Budget and Finance Committee, and as you know, Budget and Finance Committee has exercised this authority to sanction chapters. And their authority is in Title II, and it's a continuation of previous authority under the previous Title II that the committee has had, which is they withhold appropriations because chapters don't implement procedures that are laid out by the Auditor General in the Corrective Action Plan. So there's that authority under Title II. However, that doesn't address what has happened with previous expenditures. It's only a prospective measure. It's not something that can deal with money that has already been lost. That's one area. And as I see on the agenda for today's meeting, there was a whole slew of resolutions for adopting sanctions against different chapters for failing to implement corrective action plans. Exhibits. Oh, okay. I understand that they're not actually implemented, but for discussion. But as Ms. Khan was saying, there's, I believe, under the authority that she read under Title II, that there is this authority, of course, to deny budgets, authority to deny appropriations. And I've seen that has happened before by the Budget and Finance Committee. One side note on this appropriations and sanctioning authority, there has been litigation in the Navajo courts by chapters against the committee for what they've seen as unjust withholding of appropriations, unjust implementation of sanctions. So a chapter has taken it upon themselves to defend themselves when they do get denied appropriations, and that is a legal principle that has been established in Navajo law. So it's not a sanction them, withhold appropriations, and that's the end of the story. Because chapters do have, they will pursue remedies within the court system if they feel that it's an unjust action. So that's number one. Number two is the Ethics and Rules Office. There's been, there's been complaints filed with the Ethics and Rules Office against particular specific individuals who are alleged to have mismanaged money or steal money. And so the Ethics and Rules has its own procedures there for conducting investigations. And I know Mr. John is here and he can talk a little bit more about that. But that's another avenue that can be pursued against individuals within chapters who are alleged or who are seen to be mismanaging money. What happens there is that the ultimate order, the ultimate penalty would be an ordering of a finding that the individual violated the ethics and government law, and an order of payback, that they should pay back the funds that they were found to have misappropriated or stolen. So that's number two. Number three is the personnel policies, the Navajo Nation personnel policies. If the individual who has been, who is alleged to have stolen or misappropriated funds, if they can fit under one of the disciplinary actions in the personnel policies, if they are a tribal employee, a CSC, chapter manager, chapter president, something like that. If they can be found to have engaged in unauthorized activity, misappropriation of tribal property, forgery, theft, that kind of thing, if there's cause to take a disciplinary action against that individual, either put them on administrative leave while you investigate the circumstances, or suspend them for several days, or even termination. And DOJ handles those. We've got numerous chapter disciplinary actions, chapter official disciplinary actions, and we normally review those before we advise anyone to actually pull the trigger on a disciplinary action. Garnishment of paychecks, I think that also goes in with the employee situation when you have an employee. That's number three. Number four is a civil lawsuit against the individual. There are concepts in Navajo Nation law called conversion, which is you take someone else's property, the Navajo Nation's property, and you use it for yourself, you take it for your own use. Breach of contract, if an employment contract can be seen as a contract and you've breached your duties under the contract. There's also a theory called breach of fiduciary duties. Under the LGA and under other chapter authorities, the managers, the CSCs, chapter treasurers, they have a fiduciary duty to manage chapter funds properly, to account for them, not to spend them on them, on themselves, to spend them for proper things, to account for all the funds. And so if they fail to do that, if they even act negligently, they don't even necessarily have to have the intent to steal, but if they're just negligent and they don't keep track of things the way they should be, that's part of a breach of fiduciary duty that these individuals owe to their chapters and to their community. So under a civil case, under a civil lawsuit, the Navajo Nation can sue them for that. It's important to remember, though, even if the nation were to win a lawsuit, yes, at the civil hearing, we have testimony, we have witnesses, we have documents, evidence, and it's all presented, and the court rules that, yes, there was a breach of fiduciary duty, there was conversion here, there was a stealing or theft or negligence here. Even if there's a judgment in favor of the Navajo Nation, that judgment has to be taken and used to then attach property, wages of the employees, property of the employee, whatever can be used to what they call execute on the judgment. So once you have a judgment, it's not enough. You have to actually, let's say the judgment's for $10,000. Somehow you have to take that judgment and you have to attach something. You have to maybe take it to the state court and get it recognized so that you can attach a state tax refund. You have to take it to the IRS and attempt to attach a federal refund. It's not guaranteed that they'll cooperate. One of the things that is really difficult is that the courts here have ruled that garnishment of wages can only be done for child support and nothing else. So if Jody Ozzie steals $10,000 from a chapter and he is fired, terminated, whatever, but then he goes on to work at Bashes or IHS or somewhere, and we successfully, we meaning DOJ, the Navajo Nation, we get a judgment for $10,000 because yes, he took that money, he stole it. We can take that and we can say, court, we wish to garnish his wages so that $1,000 a month can go to pay back this debt to the Navajo Nation. And the courts will say no, because this is not child support. There's no authority, there's no statutory authority within the Navajo Nation, within the judicial code, to attach wages for anything other than child support. So that's another statutory area that needs to be addressed. I have a feeling that the reason the council over the years, I've been here 16 years, and I've seen these kinds of cases come and go. We've worked on some of these cases at DOJ. As soon as there's a law that's enacted and put on the books that says we can garnish wages from IHS, from Bashes, from BIA, from the Navajo Nation even, for these types of judgments, there's going to be a lot of people losing a lot of their paycheck. And so that's a very, very difficult political question for this council to deal with. But that's one of the huge ways, the biggest way, I think, to address this. Because if people know that if they embezzle or steal or are negligent and mismanage these funds, they can be held accountable rather than just, we have a judgment of restitution, here's the judgment of restitution, you have to pay this money back. That's really not worth the paper it's printed on, because there's no enforcement. There's no way to enforce a judgment of restitution. Restitution just means pay it back, make the Navajo Nation whole. There's no enforcement of that. If I'm the one who stole and I don't have any income, then I'm off the hook. If I do have income, I'm still off the hook because it's not a child support action. So if you have statutes like that, if you have lack of real critical enforcement statutes, there's no question that these unfortunate situations are going to continue unless you have a hammer that you've got and you can bring that hammer down when you need to. So again, we have civil actions that we can bring against individuals in court, in civil court. But once you get a judgment, that's not the end of the story. You've got to pursue somehow getting a court to rule that you're going to attach some property somewhere. And as of now, the nation doesn't have those judicial mechanisms to do that. So that's number 4. Finally, number 5, criminal. The Navajo Nation has Title 17, Section 330 and 340. Those statutes provide criminal sanctions, criminal prosecution for forgery and theft. And unfortunately, the reason that that statute, that those provisions are not pursued more vigorously is because the prosecutor's office is the one that has jurisdiction to prosecute these crimes. They're not civil cases. You don't just file a case against somebody and go through the hearing and whatnot. It's a much, much higher standard in a criminal case. You're innocent till proven guilty, and you have to prove, the prosecutor has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed a crime. So, what do you need to prove that, to actually win a criminal prosecution against someone? You need proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You need basically a smoking gun. You need a check with someone's forged signature on it. You need eyewitness testimony. You need to know who out of the 4 or 5 people who handle chapter funds, you need to know which one of them actually was the one who took that money and put it in their own bank account. So it's very, very difficult to get that proof. And even if it was easy to get the proof, you need bodies. You need individual people, investigators, detectives, who are with the prosecutor's office to go out there and ask these questions, round up the witnesses, subpoena these documents. You need investigators with their boots on the ground, driving out there, going out there and collecting your case. Because the prosecutor, we've sent many of these cases to the prosecutor, to the white-collar crime unit of the prosecutor's office. And they declined to pursue them because the evidence isn't there. There's no way to get a criminal conviction. Again, it's a much higher standard than in a civil case. It's much harder to get a conviction. So they say, well, we have this hearsay, we have these people who say, we have some documents, but the case just isn't strong enough to pursue. And because there's very, very few people in the prosecutor's office for the entire Navajo Nation. I think there's one white-collar criminal investigator. I think we have one. And if we have any more than that one, I'm not aware of it. And so there's not the resources to pursue these criminal convictions. I think the evidence is there. I think people have gotten more bold because they know they get away with it. It's unfortunate to say it, but sometimes people will do things very blatantly. And if you have the boots on the ground, if you have the investigators, there's evidence to be found. You can go out there and find proof, and you can prosecute these cases. But simply because we don't have the resources, we don't pursue these cases. So it's an unfortunate situation, but it's not a situation that cannot be remedied. We can address these problems with more funding in the right places. And so that's number 5. I did want to attach on, because number 5 is a criminal category, I wanted to attach the notion of federal prosecution. There are also federal criminal laws on the books for embezzlement of tribal funds. And depending on the dollar amount, the severity of the embezzlement or the stealing, that will determine whether we notify the U.S. attorney in Phoenix or in Albuquerque, whether there is a big enough case here to pursue federal criminal charges and to turn this over to the United States attorney. So that 5th area there is criminal. Often they don't take the cases because the dollar amount's not that much, or again, the proof isn't there. But that is an option. So we do have these 5 areas under existing law. But I know that there are several places where we can do some statutory amendments. Very difficult political decisions. But if we make those decisions and decide really to put a lid on what's going on and to really chase after these people and put some enforcement measures in place, I think that this problem can be effectively addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
For the record, my name is Lawrence John. I serve as the Executive Director of the Ethics Rules Office. And pursuant to our plan of operation, our office consists of working and dealing with elected officials and county employees. It really bothers me when, and I'm going to basically speak on a personal note as the director. It bothers me when employees, I'll start off with employees first, chapter employees that doesn't show. The 90 days of FOCO, they change rapidly. They tend to run the chapter like it's their own. They don't want to work with anyone else. They think that what they have in their possession at the chapter level is their own. And it really further bothers me when chapter staff tend to issue stipend checks for themselves. We had one case where a chapter staff, both of them, the CSC and the office specialist, or the accounts maintenance specialist, after work, after 5 o'clock, had issued between 8 and 5, had issued they have staff meetings after 5. They have work sessions after 5. They have meetings, informal meetings to talk about financial structure, talk about financial expenditures after 5 o'clock. And the next day, what they do is they cut themselves a check for $150. They got very bold and upped it to $300. And right now, it bothers me because what they've done and created since a year ago, I'm speaking like back in March of 2010, they gathered over $36,000 just for one person. That's like someone's salary. $36,000 for work that was done after 5 p.m. Like I said earlier, in Ishibanju, between 8 and 5 to have a staff meeting with the officials. At Ishibanju, after 5 o'clock, they meet, and then once they do that, they issue themselves a check. That's one case scenario that we have to deal with. For that one position alone, $36,000 is a lot of money to take from a chapter. The accounts maintenance specialist, he issued took $37,000. So combined total, close to $67,000 that were taken from that one chapter. And that money could have been utilized towards scholarships, towards hauling firewood, PEP workers, some type of project at the chapter. But it bothers me that staff, that the initial Ajigo chapter, they are the ones who are responsible for spending and issuing checks. MTI have no, or MIT, or that software have no. It's a new software that no Hanshi chapter officials, no chapter staff, not show come. You need to look at it, you need to work at it, and everything that's done with it, it's securely safe that no. I go, well, I'm glad that, that's been implemented. However, my main concern is that the staff, they don't have no regard for that. It was over a year now, and now we're in the process of filing. Because that, to me, is just very inappropriate conduct by the employees. The other issue that we have with this is the fact that the supervisors, they don't want to handle it. They don't want to address those $36,000, $37,000. The chapter officials who are the ones who are supervising the CSC and the account maintenance specialists. Where's the write-up? Where's the termination? Where's the suspension? Where's the corrective action plan? And then, Akonda, the chapter official, who is supervising, is also in the same heat. Him and his two other officials, the vice president, the secretary treasurer, the one who governs and the one who protects the money, is also in the same heat. And we ask, why did you do this? Why did you take this money? And they said that, well, it's owed to us. We earned it.
we worked on behalf of our people. But the thing with this is that the money that they took, when the check was issued, it was basically considered a bonus check. Since when does elected officials are entitled to bonuses to Shnishna? Since when are they considered as employees? I consider elected officials at a very high standard. They're our leaders. But for them to manipulate the system, to me that bothers me, because they're using their position to receive money from the chapter, which that money should be going for services. Tuba City chapter, $20,000 of bonuses, Christmas bonuses, bonuses for projects that they said they worked on went to the officials. They thought it was okay for them to take that money. They did budget transfers from power line extensions, from water line extensions, to issue a check for themselves. And over $20,000 was taken by one official, $17,000 by other officials. So it really is, there is a problem there. There's a problem there with certified and non-certified chapters. Non-certified chapters, they called the certified chapters and asked for guidance. By Shenanigans, we asked them, how did you come up with these bonuses? Because that's the trend that we see right now. And they responded, well, we called Tuba City chapter, and this is how they told us to do it. So they're networking out there. They're networking among each other to see what crafty ways they can do to cut themselves a check.
I'm going to interrupt you. What we're looking for are solutions.
Thank you, Madam Chairman Finale. I wanted to give a scenario of what goes on. The solutions that we would like to see from our ethics office, there's numerous solutions. Number one would be to amend Title 26 and to have a sanction imposed on officials and chapter staff. We think that's very important to sanction those individuals who misuse and misspend money at the chapter level. The other is the supervision. What can we do to streamline supervision at the chapter level between the CSC and the account maintenance specialist and to LGSC and the chapter officials? Is it working effectively? Is it being monitored? What is the rate of termination? What is the rate of write-ups? And what is the rate of corrective action plans between the chapter and the officials, as well as the work relationship between LGSC? The other is basically the signature on financial forms, and we think that's very important because in looking at this document here that was submitted, given out this morning, the Navigation Chapter Financial Accounting Manual, I think that signatures are very important to signatures and releasing documents and forwarding documents to the finance office. I think another solution would be job qualifications for elected officials, because I think that's very important to kind of govern them. The reason why is because of the fact that in order to have that chapter supervision, you would have to be qualified to be a manager and to handle human resources issues, perhaps the job qualifications for elected officials. The other is with regards to the stipend checks. Those checks should just be issued out to the elected officials only, not to the chapter staff or not to anyone else, but just for the elected officials. The other thing too is within our office, we're looking at amending the Navajo Ethics and Government Law to kind of transfer some of the authority over to the criminal portion of it, to Title 17, such as theft and forgery, because we do come across a lot of those. And it's unfortunate the White Collar Crime Unit is not here to present a report, and that's one office that we have to work with in order to file a criminal complaint within the district court. The other is a garnishment. The garnishment law was passed by the Nomination Council back in 2005, and right now their rules have been developed. However, those rules are over at the judicial branch right now, being reviewed by the judges as well as Chief Justice. We did meet with the Chief Justice back in September, and we wanted to modify the rules to make it, and not modify it, condense the rules, because there's over 26 rules that are involved, as well as 26 forms for garnishment. And those garnishments are basically dealing with entities within the Navajo nations, but we also like to go further beyond that and work with the BIE as well as the BIA, because some of the respondents do work for the U.S. government. The other is basically communication between LGSC, our office, because of the fact that we need to open up a dialogue between the two. There's a lot of resistance at times. However, we do work with other offices very well, but there's certain offices that we come across a lot of resistance. So to communicate, perhaps develop a memorandum of agreement between the two offices to share information, financial information of chapters. So those will be our recommendations from the Ethics and Rules Office. Thank you.
Okay. Budget and Finance Committee, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Okay, I'm not yet. In 1 minute, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Motion to accept all of the reports. Motion by Apogito, second. Second by Delegate Curley. Are there questions and comments? Delegate Begay.
Okay, yeah. Madam Chair of the Resource and Development, and also the Chair of the Budget and Finance, the two committee members here. And I would also like to express my appreciation to the presenters of what they have shared with us on the matter of what is before us here. I certainly appreciate your effort as the co-chairs of bringing this matter to this the two committees. Audit staff at what Audits on vehicle. This subject matter is based upon what the Budget and Finance Committee has been in observance, in a way of having the Auditor General requesting to have these chapters that are on the list here to be sanctioned. And being aware of that, this type of activity has been ongoing from the previous councils and up to this date, with no resolutions in sight. It's just a continuity of a practice of the way we address things and ignore the issues that are in Fresno. And knowing that all of these sanctions and the practice that we're doing is being impacted by the local community members. Our elderlies, our parents
and also the school children's, and I'll set the Head Start of that. They are the one that are impacted by the practice that is in discussion here. Even that we sanction the chapters, they still get the impact as a result of this action. Also by the actions of what the coordinators are practicing, and also the chapter officers that are practicing at the local level. But because going to village in the whole day. And for so long and that we have been allowed this type of practice to go on. And personally, it bothers me. I think it bothers me because of these type of practice are in the chapters that I represent. Right before me, that these type of action takes place without any remedy or without an acceptance of having the influence, and also from the higher office. This is the practice that it needs, that practice continues to take place. I think it's time to address these concerns. In this case. So there's recommendations that are come about from the different departments. I think it's time to take these issues and to take it to the next level to address it. So to me, it's a serious matter. But however, the way, in my observations into the practice of these chapter meetings and the planning meetings that are performed, these policies and procedures are in place. But however, these individuals and the people that perform to do these practices are very much aware and knowledgeable of the practice that are being provided and the guidance. It's just that these people know how to handle these things and how to maneuver themselves into get themselves into a position that they get the upper hand. Certainly there are some suggestions that are provided, even down to the technology, that the latest version that's provided. But who does come to our chapter meetings? Who does participate to perform these government? It's our elderly. Our elderlies are the ones that are there to take the actions when it comes to a resolution. So that communications and that type of understanding of who they are and what they are, we need to get down to that level. So I think the community development needs to go out there and do an assessment. These type of practice. I've seen places where the chapter officers bring their family in and to when you're voting on important legislation, just to get the numbers. These are type of practice that are going on. Even down to the budget, even down to the transfer of account. This is something that is causes for this type of havoc in our chapters. Coordinator, they are very much familiar with these types of policies, but they sure know how to maneuver around it to tell and threaten the elderly. How do we bring that type of policy to render and say that this is inappropriate? So that comes down to the ethics. How do we put an angle and say this is an type of unethical practice? Certainly, again, going back to the tools, there's tools that are available from it. But then Mr. Mitchell, isn't it? Hopefully that this will be, somebody will catch this, even though there's the policies and the technologies out there. So it's up to somebody. And who's that somebody? We need to answer that. We need to answer that to that question. Who's going to catch that? And I think it's upon us now to examine that and give it a positive direction. So I feel that it's important to re-examine the Title 26 Aron da Kodo Bedo Nishigi Beta Ebohone Zadoli Beta Ebesam Ligi Yahin Yat Egg Acho Idoli. I question this. We have a controller, we have OMB, we have the capital improvement and Aron, the LGSC, and right down the line somebody will be able to catch this. But nobody's catching it. So our system is broken. Our system needs to be re-examined. Does all these departments that have presented their scenarios and the way they understand the system, are they communicating at the same level? Does the auditor understand how the practices are being done? Are the LGSC office and the chapters understand what the auditor is expecting to see during the audits? Does the community development office understand these things? Is there a communication taking place? I don't see that. I think we need to go back and have the community development and say, let's redo the assessment. Let's ask the chapters. Let's ask the coordinators. Let's ask the chapter. Let's put forward some questions to these individuals and based out on these. We need an assessment that needs to be done and examine that. Otto and the Kodoe as a legislator, we need to forward a positive policy in place to allow us to speak at the same level. We're beginning to understand that which is positive to me. I think that's important. That's where it needs to begin. That assessment is done. It's long enough that our people back home have suffered. It's long enough that our people have been deprived. It's long enough and that we have sitting back and having some of these individuals that very much understand the maneuvering through the system and depriving people from getting the proper services at the chapter. Mr. Chair and Madam Chair, thank you.
Delegate Sosi?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate chairs bringing us together to talk about this. I think it's something that we need to seriously examine. Again, though, I think we need to look at this thing to where we could try to do it in such a way that we prevent future problems. I think the key is prevention in the first place. As I noticed in the latest editions of Gallup Independent, they've been taking this for a ride. And we try to be transparent and give out information, and they place a negative angle on it. Like that lady, trying to pour water in the veteran. Never did I see the stories of all the other helps that Navajo Nation has done to the homes built for elder people. I didn't see that in the report, but rather I see a lonely elder lady carrying around a plastic bucket or the veteran standing in front of an unfinished house, but never the other side. And I think that's the thing too, is that, even though these type of meetings are good, like the wind thing, the veteran or the media, I think, has accessed that, and now are using it to put negative light on our nation, our people. It's something that I think we need to be aware of, and so the way to prevent it is to do the prevention in the first place. And so, one of the things I wanted to ask for too is, it was stated in the records given today that DOJ gave an opinion on Head Start why I think, corrective action couldn't be taken. I like to see that. I think there is no limit, and I saw that. I saw no limitation on Navajo Nation in placing Navajo programs using federal money on corrective action. So where does DOJ get this notion that we can't do it? I'd like to read that. And I think when we get something like that, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair, that the council should get CC copies so we know what's going on, why people are not being allowed to touch Head Start. So then we can question it. That's our role here, is to question why certain things are not happening. So we could then ask for accountability. If we don't see it, we can't question it. This kind of goes to Mr. John's report that his office said he's aware of these things. I don't understand why his office can't write a simple letter to these employees and say, we understand that this is happening. Please report on this thing. They're not a prosecutor. They're Ethics and Rules Office. I understand the prosecutor has different rules to be governed by. But here's the Ethics and Rules Office that could say, this is going on. We want to put a stop to if this is really happening. And prevent it in the future, rather than letting it fester. By letting it fester, it just gets worse. And it puts a negative light and a black eye on Navajo Nation. This is his job. Today we have about employees here that probably make the total amount the Navajo Nation will spend today is about $200,000 for this meeting. And I'm an old man, and I will forget as soon as I walk out. But at the moment, I like to make some recommendations, and the employees should go to work on putting something together. I was looking at this memorandum of agreement between departments. See, and I don't understand this either. Why do our tribal departments have to enter into a written agreement? Just do the job. Do the work. It's in the laws, it's in our codes saying that you are given certain responsibilities to do. You don't need to waste time entering into an agreement to say that this is how we'll work together. Just go out there and protect the Navajo people's money. If it means writing a simple letter to put a stop to it, so be it. If it means sitting down with Wells Fargo to allow for an electronic connection between Window Rock and Wells Fargo Tank, do it. I believe it is within your charge to do that. So I think it's very important that Window Rock employees get to work too. So I wanted to mention those things. So let's try to prevent in the first place. The other thing, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair, is that I think we have too many local officials. When you have too many local officials, these type of things will happen. You have chapter president, vice president, secretaries, you have 2 employees, you have grazing officials, you have school board officials, and everybody else demanding that a check be cut loose. And you have too many stipend payments going on and people demanding things. And a chapter manager comes in all with a big halo. And then, at the end of the 3rd, 4th meeting, that halo is gone. Because the chapter manager is being pressured to cut out the check, whether the work is done or not. This is what's causing it. I submit that we should go to a system where only one official is elected per chapter, called a chapter commissioner. Turn the others into accountants and employees that will take care of Navajo people's money. We don't need 3 officials, we don't need 5 officials to govern out there. We just need one to be held accountable that's elected. The rest could be done by employees out there. I think we should consider that system. And it's real interesting, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, what's going on, that we are investing a lot of money into MIP software, into accounting and everything, and this money could be used to buy lumber and materials to help out people. All of this is going to that. And I think it's a policy decision we need to make on how we can turn it around and use the money in a different way, rather than having to do it this way, where we say, well, let's hire more accountants. 80. So 80, and then the other thing I noticed that at one of the chapters I represent is that a report was given where there were checks bouncing, and it caused friction between the members. Without a benefit of a hearing yet, people just took it too far and thought there was, theft going on. So we sat down and we looked at all the checks and we did reconciliation, and at the end I gave a report back saying that we did reconciliation and it's all there. But at the beginning though, the chapter people are fractions created between people, and it causes fights. Not physical, but verbal fights. And it's not good for the community. And so when these type of things happen, and it causes the work not to be done. So and I think the other thing I see too, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair, is that elected officials and chapter managers are not accountants. They're not trained accountants. And so we need to keep that in mind on how we could move forward in giving them the assistance. I think I'm not an accountant either, but I've used FileMaker Pro and Excel. I'm not an expert in it. I don't need MIP software to tell me that, the money I'm withdrawing, is going down to zero, and that I should not be cutting out more money. We are wasting too much money on this thing that we could be using for other purposes. And I think it's real important that as a matter of policy that we look at it. Today, the many departments that are here, we should be spending time on chapter development. We should be designing playgrounds for kids. We should be putting together scholarship for students that are coming home, winter employment. And look what we're doing. We're trying to figure out a way to do accounting. And I don't think the Navajo people wants that. So, and I think, Madam Chair, I think I would ask from the MIP and all the leaders, I'd like to know how much is it costing for MIP to the Navajo Nation, including Navajo chapters. And how much, I got an email from one of the officials saying that it's like over $100 an hour just to get online assistance or over the phone assistance. And that $100 could have gone to a scholarship. And instead, this is the way we're spending it. And so I think there are better ways to do it. And then I heard Mr. Grant said he hasn't even figured out if we're in a parent-child relationship or totally independent. The way I look at the whole thing is it's parent-child relationship. The Navajo Nation has decided to keep a link with the chapters. That's why you see it in all the laws. I cannot understand how you can interpret that as total independence. The council has made a decision a long time ago that it be a parent-child relationship. And so that's how it should be. You cannot use the excuse that I don't know yet. And then, today, then say, we haven't decided that yet. Of course we did. It's a parent-child relationship. That's what it is, and that's how our laws are written. And so that's where I think we should be headed. So I think we need to go back to prevention, put things in place so that we could provide the necessary deterrence. And so that way when we do that. And it's interesting to hear the DOJ report. It says, these are all the remedies you have, and the DOJ doesn't want to use them. See, nobody wants to do the work, the hard work. And they could easily do that. And it's not happening. And so here we are, as councils, then being thrown pretty much into the mix and having to make the tough call. And I bet you tomorrow I'll be getting a whole bunch of calls from my chapter officials saying, what didn't you need? And I will be chastised and everything. And I don't want to be in that role because I already told you I'm afraid. So, and it's going to happen tomorrow. And I don't know, Mr. Chair, but I appreciate it. I think we need a follow-up meeting. I think we need to task the people here, the departments here, based on what we heard, to begin to re-look at laws at the next time and look for actual solutions to some of these things. And we have chapter elections coming up next year. If some things need to be put on the referendum, so be it, and so that we could have the people make a decision. Hey, they don't outline that, but I think I wanted to mention those things, I appreciate the chairs allowing us the opportunity. Yeah.
Delegate Harley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although, Mr. Bates, Chair, although want to reemphasize the call for reorganization. I think it was alluded to by Mr. Sosi. I think some of these organizations, as they are right now at the chapter level, outdated, and we need to seriously look at reorganization. Earlier, I made the recommendation that the finance office be separated from chapter function. You can have your CSCs, people that assist the chapters, chapter officials with planning and implementation of mission statements and so forth. But the function of handling money, writing checks, should be taken away from the chapter. It should be given to a third party. Not the Navajo Nation government, but an intermediary between the controller's office and the chapter, so that we have that timeliness aspect to it. The checks can be written in a timely fashion. There will be a quick turnaround. As it is right now, chapters have to go through LGSC, then they got to go to OMB, then they got to go to the controllers. It takes like 2 weeks before the chapter will see the check come out. That's unacceptable. As a chapter official, a council delegate for chapters, that is unacceptable to me, that type of delay. And the local people express that to me all the time. When we had that system, my chapter, Hawk chapter, was under that system, where the money was here, and we had to go through LGSC to get our checks. And it took a long time. It was unacceptable. And that's why I say that we don't give the ball to the controller's office to release the checks and make payments for the chapter. Secondly, alluded to by Mr. Sosi, there has to be and this is where we need to work this. How do we get the 4 entities, ethics, criminal investigators, Auditor General, LGSC, to work together to work on preventive rather than prosecution. Prosecution is after the fact. The water's on the bridge, money gone, but when things are reported, when there are suspicions, from my experience, there's always something usually going on. And there's usually somebody at the chapter who knows what's going on, or has suspicions, strong suspicions something's going on, and then that will be reported. The problem is that there's no follow-up. Usually there's no follow-up. Strong follow-up. I'm talking strong follow-up. It's lucky. We need to work on it. One of the first things that I ever had to do when I first got to council was I was looking at $39,000 that walked out of my chapter. And I went to CI. They were not interested. I went to Attorney General. They were not interested. I went to ethics. They were not interested. So, we had $39,000. And it was very frustrating for me as the first term delegate, trying to do something for my chapter, going around to Navajo Nation entities, and they were just not interested in prosecuting the cases. Criminal investigators said, we don't have a vehicle to go out there and do field work. We can't develop the facts. And like somebody said earlier, they want the smoking gun. They don't want to go out there and develop the facts. And that's where we need to work on. You said, we need these entities, ethics, criminal investigators, AG, and Auditor General, LGSC, to go out to the field and develop the facts if there's suspicion of something going on. We need to work on it. Right now, there isn't. They're looking for a smoking gun. Ethics is looking for a smoking gun. They want that concrete before they do any case. But even CI is the same way. So, that's something that we need to work on. The other thing, we have to kind of walk this line where we be really careful about how we treat the chapters. The chapters don't like it when we dictate see right now that we're dictating to them. The uniform rules that were developed by the Department of Justice. This is a key point for me. I say, imposing this on us. They don't like it. They don't like the fact the LGSC is dictating budgets to them as well. Scholarship, we only got $3,000 in scholarship. They don't like that. They're being forced to accept MIP. The idea was we'll take these non-learners, these slow learners of the manual accounting system. Maybe we'll give them a computerized system. Maybe they'll become proficient at it. No. It just makes matters worse yet. Right now, MIP is just causing a lot of headaches for the local finance, the local chapters. That's a finance reporting matter. It's not a fraud matter. But what I'm saying is that be very sensitive to what kind of things we force on chapters. But one thing that's important is that we need to work with the chapters to make them realize that it's for the best interest. We reorganize auto finance, independent finance office, and then also here at the national level, we need to have some kind of, I don't know what I take, agreement, memorandum agreement amongst the 4 agencies to work together, but we sure need to work together. I'll put it already. Thank you.
Delegate Mayors and then Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman Bates, and members of the Joint Committee. I do agree with a lot of the discussion that has unfolded today. I think there's a lot of room for improvement in regards to the relationship of each division and department. But we know what needs to be fixed. We see it in the media, we see it on the newspapers. I think the structure, the governmental structure needs to be reviewed. And I always bring up this discussion to the entire council is that, take a step back and really review the overall structure of our government and review that. I believe that the discussion of comprehensive government reform is what we're talking about today. With the ideas that the subcommittee, the Navajo Etiquette subcommittee has been starting to discuss kind of fits in line with what we're talking about today. I agree with Councilman Sosi. I think that there really needs to be a reevaluation of the chapter structure. We just recently got a new census count. And I don't know if the Board of Election Supervisor or whoever is responsible for beginning to redraw the precincts, the chapter areas. That kind of fits into what we're talking about. The consolidation of various small chapters fits into this discussion as well. Is that what we need to do? Do we need to begin to consolidate smaller chapters into our 24 regions that we all represent? Some chapters are way below the 1,000 registered voter mark, and that's supposed to be by law. So I think that's a discussion that this council needs to look into. I know it's a very political, heated discussion, but the efficiency and the effectiveness of our government and our Navajo people deserve that discussion. Even at the local level, if you do consolidate chapters, maybe it's time to make our local chapter officials full-time. By consolidating chapters, you can make these individuals full-time local chapter elected officials. Right now, they're just part-timers. A lot of them have full-time jobs. Balancing that with chapter responsibilities sometimes becomes tedious, and it's just put on the back burner. A lot of them want to get done with their official business as quick as they can so they can go home and do their chores. So, those are things that I'm looking at in the bigger picture with each of the divisions and departments that are here today to kind of give you a understanding, I guess, in a way, and challenge everyone to really step back and look at the bigger picture. We're all in this together. We appreciate everyone's support. But we owe it to our Navajo people to have our government run efficiently and to be more accountable as well. And I think that's a lot of our stance as council delegates. I know we've been trying to do regional offices. I just see that a lot of the things that we're discussing at the council level fits into what we're doing here. Regional satellite offices that Councilman Hale presented, you could fit that in. Why don't we begin to really build a capacity at the region level, get auditors at the regional level, get planners at the regional level, legal expertise at the regional level, rather than right now at the 5 agencies. I think right now with the agency discussion, it gets very difficult at times for our staff to do a lot of things, and I hear that a lot. Some of the offices, LGSC offices, don't have their full staff there as well. We're still hiring. But I think that I would just recommend that we continue this discussion, and I hope that we just don't just talk about it today, but to continue to move forward in this. I think there's already a task group developed here today. All the entities that did their presentation, maybe a full directive from this joint committee to get them motivated in a way to have them work together without a memorandum of agreement, and give us some examples of where responsibilities or authorities overlapped. But yet we hear from another entity that they want more authority. And it becomes a tug of war issue between everyone today. So I would really recommend too as well that we give this challenge to the government reform subcommittee to give us maybe be a part of that working group as well. So with that, chairpersons, I'll say that much for now. So appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll get some
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the Joint Committee. Thank you for the reports of each individual staff. I really don't want to repeat what I said. I do agree some issues that were brought up. Going back to regional. One of my chapter presidents always brings this up, and from 2 districts, District 19 and District 20. There was about 8 chapters in those 2 districts there. He always talks about how he talks about accountability, and he talks about prevention, what's happening with these chapters today. Missing money, missing funds, unauthorized expenditures. And that's what his proposed plan was, to come up maybe with a regional accountant to oversee all the money within these 8 chapters. And we've been meeting to meet with the Division of Community Development to recommend that. And to oversee all the funds. Basically, it's like we do with a bookkeeper or a certified accountant. that's the route that we need to take. Because these individuals will be licensed to use their money for funds. And I guess what's being stated is prevention. If we can pay these individuals, protect their money, we're talking about millions of dollars. I believe each year on an annual basis, we appropriate approximately about $20 million to the chapters. That's a tremendous amount of money that we appropriate to chapters, maybe a little bit more. Now, going back to the Local Governments Act, as I stated with my colleague, it's not working. To me, I think it's working because we're getting chapters certified to be to govern themselves. And looking at this report from the Office of the Auditor General, we only have 2 chapters that are on there. So, you know, the way I'm looking at it is the chapters that are not certified under the LGA that are, I don't want to say misuse or misuse funds, but you know, there's some findings that were basically most on non-certified LGA chapters. So if these chapters are certified, coming up with their fund management system, and the way I'm looking at this report from Auditor General, it is working once you get certified. There's accountability. These chapters have to have an annual audit every single year. And that's why they have to be accountable. So another issue, that was my recommendation, is probably, you know, have an annual audit done on each chapter. As I know Mr. Sosi stated that we don't want to get into that. We don't want to hire more staff to do audits on chapters, more money, but we need to provide some kind of service to our Navajo people at the local level. But at the same time, it's our responsibility to protect our Navajo people's money too. So if you want to audit non-LGA certified chapter on an annual basis, I'm not sure, probably possibly $500,000 or $600,000. But that guarantees that we'll protect over $20 to $30 million per year. So maybe an annual audit needs to be done just like a sample audit. And it goes back to what we're talking about, monitor. Does that really work? Giving them authority to have the Office of Controller monitor the chapter's finances? Look at our own programs. As was stated, we have 16 programs within the application that the controller has authorization to look into their accounts, individual accounts or individual. But we still have programs that have to do corrective action plans. Unauthorized expenditures, misuse of funds. Even when we have that system, it's still happening. And it goes back from 2003 to 2011. So it's still happening. Maybe some misuse of funds or unauthorized expenses, but I believe the majority of these programs are. So what guarantees that monitor will work? Each chapter. I'm not sure that we will work now. But my recommendation, Madam Chair, and Mr. Chair, joint committee members, that I think an annual audit that needs to be done on an annual basis for these chapters, non-LGA certification. Although, I think to me, as I stated by one of my chapter officials, that each chapter I represent have a regional accountant. And that would be probably the best way. And that Counselor chapter, Encino, Naivini, Northmore, they've been meeting on this to come up with some type of regional accountants. So those chapters I already mentioned. Now going back to political, what Mr. Curry said, you know, there's a lot of authority, and it was stated by one of our staff from the local sports center. Either the chapter coordinator gets too much power, too much authority, or chapter officials. The way I look at it is, that's where the chapter coordinators tend to hide behind either the chapter president, the chapter officials, or the local sports center. Because there's no really some type of supervision that's really stated who's going to supervise the administration. That makes me terrified. So my recommendation, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair, is to give the supervision back to the agency, local sports center. That would be my recommendation, because those are the individuals from the Division Community Development are the ones that record all the reports, all the documents that's needed. But when it comes to the local sports center requesting these documents, we tend to, and I was a program reform coordinator before I became council delegate, and I saw that. I saw these lobby reports will not be submitted because they're either tell their chat president, I haven't submitted a report, can you cover for me? So these local support center staff will be waiting, next thing's a year behind, next thing's 5 quarters behind. Then Division Community Development gets the heat. So I believe that if there's a supervision, if we specify who's going to supervise the administration, and I believe that local sports center should be the overall supervising administration. Because I've seen the attitudes of coordinators saying that, you're only here for 4 years or 2 years. Your chapter officials aren't going to follow what you're telling me. So there's issues. Madam Chair, members of the Joint Mr. Chair. So I think the supervision is a key issue. How do we resolve that? So that's another issue. Going back to net, as stated by my colleague, it is very expensive. Chapters do not, we're using money that's supposed to be going to our Navajo people. And I'll bring up one of my chapters, the Easy chapter. The Easy chapter is finally given, and it does have the net accounting software. And every time our staff asks for technical assistance, $100 right there. It could be a 30-second support call, asking for support or technical assistance. 30 seconds, $100 right there. That's a tremendous amount of money. That is a tremendous amount of money for our chapter. Yeah, we can talk about maybe, well, it's part they can afford that, but us chapters, we can't afford that. $100 to support 30-second technical support. Somebody's making money off of us in our nation. And we do have other entities that's willing to provide these funding county softwares to us too at a cheaper price. But we were told, it was mandated, that we go with the MIT. But I did speak with Elizabeth Gay in reference to that, and she said it's just recommended from her office, not mandated. It's just recommended. So going back to what my colleague stated, Edmund Yazzie, where you sometimes get different information. This program said this program said that, but we never have anything in memo, form of a memo. So I think that's where a lot of confusion take place at, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. So I think a lot of things that needs to be clarified, how these information are conveyed to the chapters. I don't think it should be verbal. I think it should be memo to make sure that it's, we get clear understand how certain funds can be utilized. Because a lot of these interpretation of these, what is passed by the council is interpreted is by individuals. So a lot of these things I think should be in form of memo. That needs to come from Division Community Development. And it's always this verbal coming to the chapters, and the chapters do get confused and they get frustrated on that. So I think a lot of these things that the chapters are being told should be in form of memo that how the council passed certain laws in reference to appropriating money to the chapters. And again, going back to what I stated before, we're here to protect our money, and I stated from the beginning. That's why the Navajo Nation has an audit every single year, a comprehensive audit done every single year. And we ensure that we use our federal funding, appropriation, make sure we are general funds or appropriate programs are used properly. And to me, chapters need to be in that category too, that we get audit every single year. So those are my two recommendations: audit every single on each chapter. They are not LG certified because the LG certified chapters do have to have an audit every single year. Plus, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, the second recommendation, go back, have a regional accountant and certify the supervision. Madam Chair, that would be my three recommendations. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Simpson, I think the final one is Delegate P.
First, those in the guild here. What I'd like to see is, place before us, short-term solutions, and then a long-term. Something that's going to take 4 months and maybe a couple of years. To mitigate these problems, or reduce a lot of the problems that we're facing right now. The presenter that came before us with the LGSC Auditor General and Ms. Mitchell's shop, and then also ethics in the room, do we assign them the work to come up with the solution, and the long term? Or als je het kijkt op het nog niet,你需要那种类似，可以听不懂，那都不是好什么好，然后就是一道，你把看我是一点没学的，哦，把这需要我们拉入去，等你都会到一年多，可地方吧，你地方这其实可以是听得懂的，都是你找不到的东西。我找这是开始，就是，对。
I'd like to afford Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Grant, Mr. John, Ms. OMB, and Department of Justice and Legislative Council time to respond. Ado ebik ewa di ni don here di ni